The Honorable the Speaker.
Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this house here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established among us for all generations. Amen. Amen. Namaste.
Or affirmation, announcements by the Speaker.
Honorable members, I have received communication from the Honorable Stephen McClatchy, MP, Member for Labray, and Dr. Lakram Bodo, MP, Member for Faizabad, who have requested leave of absence from today's sitting of the House. The leave which the members seek is granted.
Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers.
The Minister of Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you very kindly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay the following papers. Papers 1 to 3, the Trinidad and Tobago Housing Development Corporation vesting amendment to the first schedule, numbers 2 to 4, orders 2023. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Minister of Works and Transport.
Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Works and Transport, I have the honor to lay paper number 4, the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Extension of Period for Payment of 50% of Fixed Penalty, number 2, order 2023. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay the following papers. 5. The Revenue Authority Extension of Period Order 2023. 6 to 7. The reports of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Airports Authority of Trinidad and Tobago for the years ended December 31st, 2018 and 2019. 8. The second report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the non-receipt of financial statements of the Agricultural Society for the year ended December 31st, 2008. 9. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Fair Trading Commission for the year ended September 30th, 2022. 10. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Miaro Civic Center for the year ended September 30th, 2016. 11. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Arima Borough Corporation for the year ended September 30th, 2008. 12 to 13. The reports of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Point Fortin Civic Center for the years ended September 30th, 2008 and 2009. 14, the third report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Sangre Grande Civic Center for the year ended September 30th, 2007. 15 to 16, the reports of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements for the National Library and Information System Authority for the years ended September 30th, 2016 and 2017. 17, the report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Police Complaints Authority for the year ended September 30th, 2022. 18, the audited financial statements of the Water and Sewerage Authority for the year ended September 30th, 2020. 19, the report of the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago with respect to the progress of their proposals to restructure CLICO, BAT, and CIB for the quarter ended March 31st, 2021. 20, the annual report and audited financial statement of accounts of the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ended September 30th, 2022. 21, the consolidated audited financial statements of National Flour Mills Limited for the financial year ended December 31st, 2022. 22, the audited financial statements of Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Finance Company Limited for the year ended December 31st, 2022. 23, the audited financial statements of National Information and Communication Technology Company Limited for the financial year ended September 30th, 2022. 24, the audited financial statements of Trinidad Nitrogen Company Limited for the financial year ended December 31st, 2022. 25, the consolidated audited financial statements of Point Lisas Industrial Port Development Corporation Limited for the financial year ended December 31st, 2022. 26, the audited financial statements of East Port of Spain Development Company Limited for the financial year ended September 30th, 2019. 27, the annual report of First Citizens Group Financial Holdings Limited and its subsidiaries for the financial year ended September 30th, 2022. 28, the annual report of Taurus Services Limited for the financial year ended September 30th, 2022. 29 to 30, the annual administrative reports of Caroni 1975 Limited for the years ended June 30th, 2019 and 2020. I beg to move that papers 6 to 20 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee and papers 21 to 26 be referred to the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee.
Honorable members, the question is that papers 6 to 20 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee and that papers 21 to 26 be referred to the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee. All in favor say aye. Any against? The ayes have it. The Minister of Public Utilities.
Speaker, Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay the following papers. The annual reports of the Regulated Industries Commission for the years ended December 31st, 2017 and 2018.
The Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay the annual report of the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago for the year ended September 30th, 2021.
The Minister of Public Administration.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Public Administration, I have the honor to lay the following papers. Papers 29 and 30, the annual reports of the Ministry of Public Administration for the periods October 1st, 2017 to September 30th, 2018, and October 1st, 2018 to September 30th, 2019. Paper number 36, the annual report of the Teaching Service Commission for the year 2022. Madam Speaker, may I continue?
Just semicolon. So this is the Minister of Digital Transformation.
Thank you very kindly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay paper number 37, the annual report of the National Information and Communication Technology Company Limited, IGOV-TT, for the fiscal year 2019 to 2020.
Industry.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Trade and Industry, I have the honor to lay the following papers. Paper 38, the administrative report of the Trinidad and Tobago Creative Industries Company Limited for the year ended September 30th, 2018. And paper number 39, the administrative report of Invest TT Limited for the financial year September 30th, 2020. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Leader of the House.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay the following papers. Paper number 40, the ministerial response of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development to the 8th report of the Joint Select Committee on Local Authorities, Service Commissions and Statutory Authorities, including the THA, on a follow-up examination into the recommendations contained in the first report of the committee on the administration and operations of the Land Settlement Agency in relation to squatter regularization, 11th Parliament. Paper number 41, the ministerial response of the Ministry of Health to the 12th report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on an examination into the accessibility and availability of diagnostic imaging services at public health institutions in Trinidad, with specific reference to regional health authorities under the purview of the Ministry of Health. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reports from committees.
Member for St. Augustine.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to present the 7th report of the Joint Select Committee on Local Authorities, Service Commissions and Statutory Authorities, including the THA, 3rd session 2022-2023, 12th Parliament, on an examination of the institutional strengthening initiatives of the Service Commissions Department.
Member for Lupino, Bonnier West.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honor to present the report of the Joint Select Committee on the Shipping Bill 2020, 3rd session 2022-2023 of the 12th Parliament.
Member for Aruka Maloney.
Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honor to present the report of the Joint Select Committee appointed to consider and report on the Representation of the People Amendment Number 2 Bill, 3rd session, 2022 to 2023, 12th Parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Urgent questions.
Member for Pointe-a-Pierre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the Attorney General, given the recent reports of citizens being unable to obtain copies of their birth certificates, causing significant hindrances to hundreds from undertaking key activities, will the Attorney General state whether this service has been fully resumed at all regional locations throughout Trinidad and Tobago?
Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In answer to the question, I first of all advise the honourable member in this House that, consistent with this government's commitment to keep the public informed of developments, the Attorney General's office issued the following public advisory on the 1st of September. The Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs wishes to advise of the full restoration of service in the issuance of birth certificates at our Registrar General's Department. Processes are being finalized to have the service resume fully on Tuesday, 5th September 2023 at Arima, Port of Spain and San Fernando Registrar General's office. And I'm able to advise this House today that all services have been fully restored.
Member for Pointe-a-Pierre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the Attorney General, as a follow-up, given that this is a very critical department area, what was the cause of the disruption?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The cause of the disruption was varied, more than one, and included, among others, Madam Speaker, disruptions in the collection and dissemination of the polymer paper, which is the special grade paper that has to be used for purposes of the printing of birth certificates, as well as difficulties which have been experienced at the ministry related to the cyber attack.
Member for Naparima.
Could the Honorable Attorney General tell us what steps are being taken to ensure that such an unfortunate situation does not reoccur?
Attorney General.
Every effort is made to ensure that full services continue to be delivered to the citizens of this country in this and other areas. Thank you.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. To the Minister of Works and Transport, given that it has been more than 2 weeks that the Cabo Star has been non-functional on the domestic sea bridge, will the Minister inform this House when this vessel will return to the sea bridge to continue inter-island transportation of goods and services?
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the MV Cargo Star vessel sailed at 11:23 p.m. from Scarborough on Wednesday, 23rd August 2023. A fire incident occurred on the vessel following its departure from Port of Scarborough, Tobago. The fire originated in the engine room, which was later isolated and extinguished by crew members. No injury was reported on board. The Cabo Star has been out of service for 13 commercial sailing days. Since the incident, coverage on the inter-island sea bridge continued to be provided by the HSC Boko Reef, the HSC APT James, the MV Galleon Passage. Capacity utilized on the APT James was 2,800 private cars and 1,699 commercial vehicles. On the Boko Reef, 2,724 cars, 1,674 commercial vehicles. On the Galleon Passage, 296 cars, 451 commercial vehicles. At this time, repairs to the electric cables of the vessels are currently ongoing. The cables were not readily available locally, but have arrived. It is expected that the vessel will return to commercial operations on the 17th of September. This is subjected to the final certification by class, which is out of the control of the Port Authority and the Ministry of Works and Transport. Thank you.
Member for Curaçao.
That the question focus on the Cabo Star. Madam Speaker, could the Minister inform this House how much it will cost the taxpayers of Trinidad and Tobago, taking into consideration the Port Authority or the government has procured the Venezuelan cargo vessel, the MV Emprendedora?
Madam Speaker, the cost to the people of Tobago will be a cost that we regret, which is the inconvenience that the vessel would have cost. The government of Trinidad and Tobago have not procured any additional vessel. A vessel was provided by the contracted agent of the Cabo Star, and there's no extra cost incurred by the government of Trinidad and Tobago. But we apologize for the inconvenience that the accident caused to the people of both Tobago and Trinidad. Thank you.
Member for Curaçao.
Madam Speaker, to end the starvation of goods and services in Tobago, could the Minister inform this House how much it will cost to repair the Cabo Star?
Minister.
Madam Speaker, again, I know some members on the opposition will like to use that word, starvation in Tobago. However, I read on the newspaper by the secretary, one of the secretaries from Tobago, that indicated that there are no food shortage in Tobago. And also another secretary who indicated that there are no challenges with building material in Tobago. However, the member should know that the Cabo Star is a vessel that is on a rented vessel in Trinidad and Tobago, and any cost to the repair is borne by the owners of the vessel or the agent who the vessel was chartered from. Unfortunately, I don't think the member could get the answer that he's looking for. Thank you.
Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the Minister of Education, given the collapsing infrastructure at the Gasparillo Secondary School, will the Minister provide a status update on the urgent repairs required?
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the infrastructure at Gasparillo Secondary has shown no sign of being structurally compromised and is therefore not collapsing. Classes are actively ongoing at the school at this time. However, the school is 39 years old
And as any other building that age, which houses 742 students, it requires extensive repair. Some items have been deemed critical. Some have been scheduled to be completed over the course of the academic year. Work on some of the items which were deemed critical began during the July-August 2023 vacation period. And these were roof and ceiling replacements in Block B and covered walkways. These works were completed and AC units are currently being replaced and or serviced at the school. The next phase of work schedule, which was agreed upon when the ministry officials visited the school with the staff on September 7th, 2023, includes electrical work to Block B and E and the admin block, burglar proofing repair to Blocks B and E, other repairs to Block B, including railings, stairwells, windows, partitions, box drains, masonry repair, and repainting. As for all other schools, the Ministry of Education continues to work with the NMTS on continuous school repair in an effort to ensure that disruption to school operations is kept at a minimum. Thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Supplemental, Member for Tabaki.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Madam Minister, I came from the school today with the PTA this morning. The work that you have cited as having been Yes. The work that you cited as having been completed with the ceiling is, in fact, they have not been completed. So do you have a sign-off from the contractor that those works are completed? Because I have photographs from today of incomplete ceilings in the Gasparillo Secondary School as at today.
And your question is?
If there's a sign-off from a contractor that the minister is reporting to this house that work can be, in fact, reported as completed, when I saw it for myself that it was not. So I'm asking for the accountability.
Minister of Education.
Kindly, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As indicated, the works, the ceiling and roof works are in Block B and the covered walkways, and those have been completed as certified by our facilities department as well as the NMTS. So I'm not sure where the member took the pictures. However, as I indicated, there is other work to be done at the school, and that has been scheduled. The most critical works were completed, and the work continues at Gasparillo Secondary.
Final supplemental, Member.
So can you give us a timeline of the repair for the completion of works at the Gasparillo Secondary? So we want to know, when can we say to the parents that the work will be completed?
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I indicated, these works are ongoing and continuous. Even as you plan to do a particular scope of work in one area, as the member may have seen, when you remove ceiling and you're thinking you're doing a simple repair, sometimes it is more extensive than that. And therefore, to give a date would not be at this time the right thing to do. We are continuing the work. What I can tell you is today, work has been completed, work is ongoing, as has been scheduled. The ministry officials have visited the school, they have spoken to the staff, and the most critical items have been identified, and that is ongoing now and will continue until the school is up to date.
Question number 4. Member for Point of View.
Speaker, question number 4 to the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries. Based on the recent media reports, will the Minister confirm whether Paria Fuel Trading Company Limited and Heritage Petroleum Company Limited have taken any form of legal action against the chairman or any member of the Commission of Inquiry into the Paria tragedy for alleged bias?
Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, at the outset, let me place on the record that the government has not managed in any form or fashion how Heritage and Paria are approaching the Commission of Inquiry. Having said that, in response to getting an answer for this question, the answer is no. No legal action has been taken by either Heritage or Paria with respect to either of the commissioners or the commissioners as both with respect to the Commission of Inquiry. What has happened is a letter has been written saying that there are allegations of bias and asking the commissioner for a response, but that is not legal action.
Questions on notice, questions for oral answer.
Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are 4 questions for oral response. We'll be answering all 4. There are 5 questions for written response, and we're answering 4. We're asking for a deferral of question 147.
Okay, members. Honorable members, by letter dated September 4th, 2023, and in accordance with Standing Order 2914, the member for Faizabad requested that the House of Representatives question number 185, listed on today's order paper, be withdrawn. I will now call on the member for Faizabad. Okay, leader, Chief Whip. We had question
Speaker.
184.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the member for Faizabad, question number 184 to the Minister of Health.
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The construction of the cardiac catheterization laboratory at the San Fernando General Hospital is being considered for implementation via an amendment to the Memorandum of Understanding between the Federal Ministry for Transport, Innovation and Technology of the Republic of Austria and the Government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on industrial cooperation in the health sector. Thank you.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Question 189 to the Minister of Labour.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Labour, the site at which this most unfortunate accident occurred on June 15, 2023, at Nikwan's GTL plant has in fact been preserved by the OSH agency. It is important to note that Section 47 of the OSH Act, Chapter 8808, imposes a duty on all persons to preserve the accident site by not tampering with anything at the scene in any way except for in a few specified circumstances, unless permitted by an OSH inspector. Accordingly, a team from the OSH agency comprising the Chief Inspector, Senior Inspector, and Safety and Health Inspector 1 visited the scene of the accident and sought to ensure that the accident site was preserved in keeping with the said section of the Act. The team inspected the area, which had already been cordoned off. A prohibition notice was also subsequently issued by the OSH agency to Nikwan on June 21st, 2023, pursuant to Section 74 of the OSH Act, prohibiting all associated activities on the reworks line, purging and steaming. Further, on July 14th, 2023, the OSH agency conducted an inspection of Nikwan's facility to ensure that the accident site remained secured and preserved. It was observed that the prohibition notice remained affixed at the location and the area did not appear to have been disturbed. Madam Speaker, I wish to assure this Honorable House that the OSH agency has taken all the required steps as provided for in the OSH Act in the face of this disturbing occurrence. Permit me, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the government to express our sincere condolences once again to the family and friends of Mr. Alan Lane Ramkisoon. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Minister, given that you are answering on behalf of the Minister of Labour, could you state if the OSH recommendations and the root cause analysis coming out of this accident will be made public?
Member, really that doesn't arise out of the question asked and the answer given, so I rule that out of order. You have another question? Member for Kuwa South.
The Minister informed this House if the OSH agency has finalized a report into the said accident, given that NICWAN has resumed operation.
Madam Speaker, I'm not in possession of that information, given that I'm speaking on behalf of the minister. Yes, I'm not in possession.
Member for Kuwa South.
Question 190 to the Minister of Energy and Energy Industry.
Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it should be noted, as we just heard, that it is the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, OSH, which is the entity established in law with all of the necessary statutory powers and authority to investigate this most unfortunate, tragic, fatal accident. OSH issued a prohibition notice and is conducting an investigation. Additionally, the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries has set up a multidisciplinary team comprising of a petroleum engineer, chemical engineers, a mechanical engineer, petroleum inspectors to conduct an independent investigation of this unfortunate tragic incident at NICWAN's GTL plant, which led to this unfortunate fatality.
Member for Kuwa South.
Minister, given the appointment of this independent committee, could you indicate to this House when the work of this committee is expected to be finalized and a report handed in?
Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Madam Speaker, I am aware that the committee is doing its work and they're doing so very carefully. As to an exact and precise date, no, I cannot give that.
Member for Kuwa South.
Minister, given the fact that the NICWAN plant has resumed its operation and is functional, are you in possession or are you able to tell this House if you are in possession of any report that was finalized by the OSH agency in relation to this accident?
Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'd like to correct something I heard that the member for Kuwa South utter in his response to the Leader of the House a short while ago. As far as I am aware, NICWAN has not resumed operations. So therefore, the rest of the question does not flow.
Motions relating to the business or sittings of the House and moved by a minister.
Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 79.3, I beg to move that the fourth session of the 12th Parliament, the proceedings on the following bills be resumed. That in the fourth session of the 12th Parliament, the proceedings of the following bills be resumed. 1, the Whistleblower Protection Bill 2022. 2, the Miscellaneous Provisions Testing and Identification Bill 2022. 3, the Constitution Amendment Tobago Self-Government Bill 2020. 4, the Tobago Island Government Bill 2021. 5, the Representation of the People Amendment Number 2 Bill 2020. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that in the fourth session of the 12th Parliament, the proceedings on the following bills be resumed. 1, the Whistleblower Protection Bill 2022. 2, the Miscellaneous Provisions Testing and Identification Bill 2022. 3, the Constitution Amendment Tobago Self-Government Bill 2022. 4, the Tobago Island Government Bill 2021. And 5, the Representation of the People Amendment Number 2 Bill 2022. All in favor say aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
Public business, government business, motions.
The Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas by Section 4 of the Economic Sanctions Act, Chapter 81, Number 5, the President may, for the purpose of implementing a decision, resolution, or recommendation by a regional or an international organization of states or association of states of which Trinidad and Tobago is a member, that calls on its members to take economic measures against a foreign state, make an order with respect to A, the restriction or prohibition of any of the activities referred to in Section 5 in relation to a foreign state, B, the seizing, freezing, or sequestration in the manner set out in the order any property situated in Trinidad and Tobago that is held by or on behalf of 1, a foreign state, 2, any person in that foreign state, or 3, a national of that foreign state who does not ordinarily reside in Trinidad and Tobago. C, the exclusion of any person, property, goods, technical data, services, transactions, ships, or aircraft, or any class thereof from the application of the order. And whereas there is grave concern about the extremely high levels of gang violence and other criminal activities, including kidnappings, trafficking in persons, and the smuggling of migrants, and homicides, and sexual and gender-based violence, including rape and sexual slavery, as well as ongoing impunity for perpetrators, corruption and recruitment of children by gangs, and the implications of Haiti's situation for the region. And whereas the illicit trafficking and diversion of arms and related material of all types contributes to undermining the rule of law and respect for human rights, and can impede the provision of humanitarian assistance and have wide-ranging negative humanitarian and socioeconomic consequences. And whereas the need to prohibit the transfer of small arms, light weapons, and ammunition to non-state actors engaged in or supporting gang violence, criminal activities, or human rights abuses in Haiti, as well as to prevent their illicit trafficking and diversion. And whereas the situation in Haiti continues to constitute a threat to international peace and security in the region, and whereas the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago is required, by virtue of its international obligations, to prevent and prohibit illicit financial flows, trafficking, and diversion of arms and related materials of all types, illicit transfer, destabilizing accumulation and misuse of small arms and light weapons in all respects, which pose threats to international peace and security, cause significant loss of life, and contribute to instability and insecurity in the region. And whereas the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago is a member of the United Nations, and whereas the United Nations Security Council has issued Resolution 2653 of 2022, requiring members of the United Nations to impose economic sanctions against entities and individuals listed pursuant to United Nations Security Council Resolution 2653 concerning the Republic of Haiti. And whereas by virtue of its membership of the United Nations, the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago is required to implement United Nations Security Council Resolution 2653 of 2022, issued by the United Nations Security Council concerning the Republic of Haiti. And whereas it is necessary to take measures to ensure compliance with our international obligations, and whereas the President signed the economic sanctions implementation of United Nations Security Council Resolution 2653 on the Republic of Haiti, Order 2023, on the 6th of June 2023, published as legal notice number 168 of 2023 on the 12th of June 2023. And whereas the President, in accordance with Section 4.4 of the Economic Sanctions Act, Chapter 8105, did cause to be delivered on the 13th of June 2023 to the Speaker for presentation to the House of Representatives, a statement setting out the specific grounds on which the decision to make the order was based. And whereas the statement of Her Excellency the President was debated in the House of Representatives on the 20th of June, 2023, and approved and published as legal notice number 193 of 2023. And whereas Section 4, subsection 3 of the Act provides that subject to Section 4, subsection 5, an order made under Section 4.1 shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for 3 months. And whereas Section 4, subsection 5 of the Act provides that before the expiration of an order made under Section 4.3, the order may be extended either indefinitely or for a specified period by a resolution supported by a simple majority vote of the House of Representatives. And whereas United Nations Security Council Resolution 2653 remains in effect, and it is essential to ensure that Trinidad and Tobago's obligations are encapsulated in law and compliance is maintained pursuant to the mandates therein and the requisite sanctions regime. And whereas the continued implementation of United Nations Security Council Resolution 2653 is critical in furtherance of the restoration of peace, security, and stability for the Republic of Haiti, and whereas it has become necessary to extend the life of the order until such time as it is revoked, be it resolved that the order shall remain in force until such time as it is revoked. Madam Speaker, this motion is premised on the requirement for Trinidad and Tobago as laid out in the body of the motion to continue the implementation of United Nations Security Council Resolution number 2653 as a member state of the United Nations and in alignment with our obligations in that regard. The Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, as a member of the United Nations, is bound by specific international obligations as mandated by United Security Council resolutions, and in the particular case of our Caribbean Haiti, this includes Security Council Resolution 2653 of 2022. This House will recall, Madam Speaker, Article 2 of the United Nations Charter stipulates that in order to ensure that the rights and benefits resulting from membership are granted to each member state, all members shall in good faith fulfill the obligations assumed by them in accordance with the present charter. United Nations Security Council Resolution 2653 mandates member states to ensure that all measures taken by them to implement this resolution comply with their obligations under international law, including international humanitarian law, international human rights law, and international refugee law as applicable. On the 21st of October, Madam Speaker, 2022, the United Nations Security Council adopted the very resolution 2653. And in this regard, for an initial period of 1 year from the date of adoption of that resolution, all member states are required to take the necessary measures in respect of individuals and entities designated by the committee to impose travel ban, asset freeze, and targeted arms embargo. The designation criteria are set out in paragraphs 15 and 16 of the United Nations Security Resolution 2653 in respect of individuals and/or entities which are responsible for or complicit in or are engaging in directly or indirectly actions that threaten the peace, security, or stability of Haiti. And I don't need to set those out in detail. The particular designations are lettered A to H of paragraph 16 of United Nations Security Resolution 2653. As this House will recall, Madam Speaker, the Economic Sanctions Act, Chapter 8105, is the legal basis of the laws of Trinidad and Tobago, upon which Trinidad and Tobago can implement resolutions made by an international organization of states of which Trinidad and Tobago is a member, and which calls on its members to take economic measures against a foreign state. As such, the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago has taken all appropriate steps to ensure compliance with our international obligations. In this vein, on the 6th of June, 2023, the statement of Her Excellency, the President, in accordance with Section 4.4 of the Act, setting out the specific grounds on which the decision to make the order was based, was signed. Thereafter, by Section 4 of the Act, the economic sanctions implementation of United Nations Security Council Resolution 2653 on the Republic of Haiti Order 2023 was promulgated as legal notice number 168 of June 12, 2023, so as to comply with the mandates of that Security Council resolution. Moreover, on 20th of June 2023, the statement of Her Excellency the President on the economic sanctions implementation of United Nations Security Council Resolution 2653 on the Republic of Haiti Order was debated in this very House pursuant to Section 4, subsection 4 of the Act. It is to be noted that by Section 4.5, an order made under Section 4, subsection 4 shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for 3 months. As such, given that the order was published on the 12th of June 2023, the 3-month period will expire on the 12th of September 2023 in a matter of days. In this regard, Section 4, subsection 5 of the Act provides that prior to the expiration of an order thereunder made, the order may be extended either one indefinitely or for a specified period by a resolution supported by a simple majority of the House of Representatives. In light of the fact, Madam Speaker, that the United Nations Security Council remains in effect, it is therefore now necessary to extend the Haiti Order 2023 to ensure Trinidad and Tobago's obligations are encapsulated in law and compliance is maintained with its international obligations in relation to the mandates and in relation to its Caribbean neighbor, Haiti. Taking into consideration, Madam Speaker, the international obligations and the legal framework which exists to implement same, the location of Haiti, coupled with the regional risk and context, we are here, therefore, today to bring this motion before this Honorable House to approve the extension of the order at hand. Additionally, as a member state of the United Nations and based on the Charter, it is critical that Trinidad and Tobago continues to implement that Charter. Currently, the United Nations Security Council has designated already one individual according to the sanctions regime in Haiti, namely Jimmy Cherezier, also known as Barbecue. And based on the description in the annex of the resolution, Barbecue has engaged in acts that threaten the peace, security, and stability of Haiti and continues to plan, direct, and commit acts that constitute serious human rights abuses. It is therefore necessary to extend the Haiti Order 2023 until such time as it is revoked, so that the prohibitions contained therein continue in effect to ensure technical compliance and implementation. It is further noted, Madam Speaker, that by a press release of July 31st, 2023, the Security Council Committee reported that the chair of the committee briefed its members on his most recent visit to Haiti and the Dominican Republic during the period June 12th to 16th, 2023. The chair noted that his visit took place almost 7 months after the adoption of the resolution under which we move today, during a time when Haiti is facing major political, economic, security, and humanitarian challenges. And the visit helped to reaffirm the Security Council's resolution and the committee's engagement and commitment to working towards the restoration of peace and stability in Haiti. Importantly, the chair further expressed his view that the adoption of Resolution 2653 was a welcome initiative, and there was a shared view among Haitians whom he met that the imposition of sanctions by the Security Council could contribute to improving the security situation. In light of the foregoing, Madam Speaker, today's motion is demonstrably evidence of this government's commitment towards doing its part to ensure the restoration of peace, security, and stability for Haiti by upholding the implementation of its respective United Security Council resolutions and our international obligations. Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Honorable members, I will now propose the question for debate. Be it resolved that the economic sanctions implementation of United Nations Security Council Resolution 2653 of 2022 on the Republic of Haiti Order 2023 shall remain in force until such time as it is revoked. Member for Naparima.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to join this debate on behalf of the members on this side, representatives of the United National Congress. The United Nations Security Council Resolution 2653 on Haiti was unanimously adopted at the UN on October 21st, 2022. What did the government bring before this House? June 2023, 6 months after it was approved by the UN Security Council, 8 months, sorry, after it was approved by the Security Council. As I said before, Madam Speaker, the first world countries like Canada, the UK, the EU brought regulations to put the UN Security Council into effect since November and December last year. Their regulations required no extensions. Canada's regulations, Madam Speaker, state, and I quote, "It comes into force on the day on which they are registered," end of quote. Canada's, nowhere in the Parent Act in Canada does it give a termination date. If we read between the lines, this means that as long as the UN Security Council resolution is in effect, the regulations remain in effect in those countries. However, in Trinidad and Tobago, under the Economic Sanctions Act, we have to come before this House multiple times to do the same thing. This is how the PNM gives the impression that they're busy doing things, but really nothing is happening. We are here, Madam Speaker, today because under the Section 4.3, and that was referred to by the Honorable Attorney General, of the Economic Sanctions Act, sanctions are in effect for an initial 3 months, and within those 3 months, we have to come back to Parliament to extend its life. Madam Speaker, it is wasting parliamentary time. It was the same with the economic sanctions against Iran earlier this year. Why not just amend the Economic Sanctions Act so that we do not have to return to the House time and time again to do the same thing? This is how the first world operates, Madam Speaker. Canada, they dealt with this once, they dealt with this months before us, and end of the story. We have to come back. We have to come back. Madam Speaker, this reminds me of the old adage in a calypso about marriage and engagement before marriage. You know, the fella saying, the calypsonian said, engagement does last too long. Let me do one thing. I'm done. Let us bring the sanctions, pass the sanctions, and sit down. Let us go home, enjoy ourselves. But the PNM has this penchant for marking time, doing the same thing, giving you the impression that they're busy, but nothing happened. I had a boss who used to say, if the boss passes and you're doing nothing, just play you're busy. Find things to do. And this is what is happening here today. So that's what we're considering today. Doing adjustments. We should be called here to do adjustments to the Economic Sanctions Act 1994. So we are not prolonging simple processes, doing the same thing over and over. A lot of sound and fury signifying nothing. And you know what, Madam Speaker? You know what? The Economic Sanctions Act, this poor piece of legislation, was brought to Parliament by a PNM administration. Madam Speaker, the PNM has a history of bringing poor legislation to Parliament. And this is merely another example. And the practice of bringing purely drafted legislation to Parliament continues unabated. Under the last AG had become the norm, being refined to a degree never yet seen in the history of our parliamentary practice.
I've allowed you a lot of leeway to make your introduction and so on. What we are debating today is the order and not the parent legislation or any other legislation. So I remind you, you've had your intro. Let's get to the matter, please.
Speaker, the Honorable Attorney General referred to the situation in Haiti, and I'm going to do that right now. What we dealt with this before. We are not doing enough for Haiti. Haiti has been a member of CARICOM since 2002. We therefore have an obligation, both because of the fact that we are a member of the United Nations, and we are bound as a member state by the UN Security Council resolutions, but more so because Haiti is part of us. Haiti is part of us geographically, demographically, psychographically, and historically, Madam Speaker. Whilst we are happy to hear that CARICOM brothers and sisters have, sorry. Yeah, wrong page. Sorry. And when I'm talking about the situation in Haiti, and when David Rudder sang Haiti, I'm sorry, we have a special fraternal relationship with Haiti. And speaking about the situation, as my colleague opposite did, Africa News, 6th of August 2023, reported that experts say, and I quote, gangs have seized control of 80% of the capital of Haiti, killing, raping, and sowing terror in communities already suffering endemic poverty, end of quote. Reports from Al Jazeera, 16th August, that's recently, 2 weeks ago, said that there was a, quote, surge in violence in parts of Haiti's capital that pushed over 3,000 people from their homes. So we are talking essentially about a crisis in a fellow CARICOM state. We are talking about the urgency. We are talking about women getting raped. We are talking about a breakdown of law and order. We are talking of mass killings and distress. Madam Speaker, we are talking about a crisis. We came in June 2023 to discuss sanctions against Haiti. And now 3 months later, here we are again. And it comes back to the point that the government is proficient in wasting time. Now, how will extending these economic sanctions help our CARICOM neighbor? What is Trinidad and Tobago doing beyond them? A report in the Caribbean National Weekly, September 6, 2023, and that's very current, said, and I quote, the Eminent Persons Group, EPG, from CARICOM, arrived in Haiti this week to engage with multiple parties to find common ground for political stabilization and democratic advancement in Haiti, end of quote. And whilst we are happy to hear that our CARICOM brothers and sisters have begun discussions, is this all that it will be? A talk shop. We are good at hosting conferences, and so we're good at talking, we're good at passing legislation like we have today, but does it really matter? Does it matter on the ground? And are we seeing changes in Haiti as a result of this legislation? My lead political leader told me before I spoke, is this even benefiting the region? And then how is it benefiting us? So we are good at hosting conferences and talking, like the Regional Conference on Crime as a Public Health Emergency, a 3.8 million talk shop that has done nothing to measurably reduce crime. We're good at talking, discussing, reviewing, engaging, analyzing. But what are we actively doing to help our brothers and sisters in Haiti? Madam Speaker, I have visited Haiti on 2 occasions when I served as the Trinidad and Tobago ambassador between 2010 and 2014. I was part of a team paid for by Canada of UN ambassadors tasked with reviewing the UN's work in Haiti. In discussions in Haiti's capital, Port-au-Prince, I was embarrassed at how little CARICOM had done for Haiti. Brazil had troops, thousands of troops in Haiti. One could witness evidence of activities by Canada, by France, by Cuba, and others, little by CARICOM. So I'm sitting there as a CARICOM member and talking with these international ambassadors, and they are itemizing what they did, and all I could say is we talk. When invited to visit Haiti on the third occasion, Madam Speaker, I declined. Too much poverty, too much crime, no rule of law being observed, too many women washing clothes in rivers and drains, too much hopelessness, no improvement. It is only so much the soul can take. And I'm saying this to raise the consciousness of our government in terms of we need to do more for Haiti. Canada, for example, has taken action on its own and amended their list of sanctioned individuals on the June 21st, 2023 to include 4 additional Haitian elites. Since November 22, they have added 21 persons who are implicated in egregious conduct such as kidnapping, illegal trafficking of firearms and drugs, customs fraud, as well as providing support, particularly in the forms of weapons to gangs in Haiti. Earlier this year, Madam Speaker, Canada deployed the Royal Canadian Navy vessels off the coast of Haiti. The vessels have been there to conduct surveillance, gather intelligence, and maintain a maritime presence off the coast of Haiti. That's CNN, February 16, 2023. Canada may very well be willing to finance the deployment of CARICOM troops in Haiti. By its actions and utterances, Canada seems willing to find solutions that will restore order and security and create conditions for free and fair elections. But we come here and we pass our legislation, we extend our legislation. And PNM style, we have done a lot, we have done enough. Madam Speaker, I call on this House to approve this legislation. And it means nothing, nothing for the people of Haiti in real, concrete, measurable terms. Madam Speaker, it seems as though other countries are more concerned with Haiti and their well-being than this PNM administration. Madam Speaker, even far away, Kenya has pledged, quote, to deploy a contingent of 1,000 police officers to help train and assist Haitian police restore normalcy in their country and protect strategic installations, end of quote. This move, criticized by human rights groups because they say Kenya's police has a reputation for extrajudicial killings, etc. But this move was welcomed by Canada, the US, and the UN Secretary General. I got that from The Guardian, Saturday, 5th August 2023. We recall in February of this year, a contingent from CARICOM, including a Trinidad and Tobago representative, visited Haiti along with CARICOM leaders to, quote, assist in the development of a plan to restore security and the rule of law, end of quote. That was Newsday, February 28, 2023. Then again in mid-July, this delegation failed to reach agreement among the Haitian politicians and civil society leaders. I would like to ask Minister Brown. Minister Brown told Newsday that after the mission, a report would be sent to CARICOM and the Trinidad delegation head would report to Prime Minister Rowley, Keith Christopher Rowley. What is the status of this report? We are now in September. That was in February 1st, and then in mid-July. We are now in September, and I would have thought that the Honorable Attorney General would have enlightened us in respect of the actual situation, which a Trinidad and Tobago delegation, a delegate was representative. Madam Speaker, as I said earlier in my contribution, this government likes to waste its time and waste our time. Experts are dragging their feet while getting nothing done. I want to make a point, a fundamental point. Our Venezuelan neighbors, and I'm talking this in the context of this resolution on Haiti. Our Venezuelan neighbors have been coming to Haiti for years. They have had access to registration procedures, work permits. They are being fully integrated into our society, and that's good. That is good. Soon their children will be in our schools, if we could get it right. And we are not complaining on this side. We are happy that we can help our Venezuelan brothers and sisters in their time of crisis. But what about our Haitian cousins? Madam Speaker, Haitian citizens must obtain visas before entry into Trinidad and Tobago. So you could come and cry. You could come and cry. But Venezuelans are being treated better than our cousins in Haiti. They must get visas before they come. And let those on the other side deny this. Information on our Trinidad and Tobago Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs website under the document titled Visa Requirements for All Countries says that for Haiti, they specialize Haiti for special treatment. Quote, visas not to be issued without prior approval of the Chief Immigration Officer. Don't come here and tell me and cry crocodile tears for Haiti. You do not care. We are treating citizens of a non-CARICOM country, i.e. Venezuela, better than we are treating fellow CARICOM citizens of Haiti. And for that, we on the side say, Haiti, we are sorry. We are sorry, Haiti. After 2.5 months, in effect, has it been operationalized? We came here earlier this year and we passed the motion in June. Has anything been done? Legal Notice 168 of 2023, referred to as the order in this motion, makes provision for 1, judicial oversight through the Attorney General. Don't leave, sir. Let me read that again. Let me read it again. Legal Notice 163 of 2023, referred to as the order in this motion, you should take notes, makes provisions for 1, judicial oversight through the Attorney General applying to a High Court judge for a freezing order. Secondly, was that done correctly? Correctly, but I get in there. Secondly, procedures to be put in place for a number of circumstances surrounding the freezing and unfreezing of funds. The question arises, was the order operationalized? And I challenge the Honorable Attorney General to tell me, not obfuscate, have you applied through the Attorney General to a High Court judge for a freezing order? And if so, what date? And I want the Attorney General, while he's responding, to indicate, has he put in place a number of for freezing and unfreezing of funds? Circumstances surrounding the freezing and unfreezing of funds. Do the persons responsible in our administration have clear instructions on what procedures to follow to operationalize this piece of legislation? Do they have all this required equipment and supplies, or do we have a situation like for fingerprinting, where the thing run out, something run out, and we don't know why it run out? And when we ask the question, the Honorable Attorney General says, every step, they're very good at obfuscating and generalizing. Every step has been taken to ensure that it doesn't recur. So why did it occur in the first place? The government is requesting an extension. However, we hope that it is not just on paper, and the necessary work has been done to make sure that these sanctions reflect the updated UN requirements. Who is keeping track of any amendments that need to be made to the list of sanctioned individuals, as Canada has done? In the 2.5 months since this act was first passed, has anyone been questioned or detained? Or we pass it and we have our dinners in the Parliament and we go home and then we forget it until we remember that, hey, the thing lapsing in 4 days. So we got to come quick on the last session of this Parliament to quickly do a little cleanup operation to make sure that things work nice. This is how this government operates. This is how this government operates. So I ask again, in the 2.5 months since this act was passed, has anyone been questioned or detained? Has any investigation been done to determine if there's anyone resident here to which the law may be applicable? Or is it a case of what we call LIWO? L-I-W-O. Well, LIWO? Legislation on in words only. Legislation in words only. Plenty action, plenty talk, calling us back, wasting time. I'm saying, I'm at the point of 75 years, and you know, as I always say that, 74, 75. The little bit of years are remaining is precious. I can't become, do this, and then do it again, and then do it again, and do it. I don't have time for that. And Trinidad and Tobago does not have time to be marking time. We need to be heading to the 21st century. And your job is to carry us kicking and screaming into the 21st century, not marking time in 17th century and 18th century nonsense. Madam Speaker, this is nonsense. This is a waste of my time. This is how much minutes I talk here for? 20 minutes? This is 20 minutes of the 4 or 5 or 6 years I have remaining. It is a waste of time, Madam Speaker. And with those few words, I thank you.
Minister of National Security.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, if anything could be more appropriately described as a waste of time, it was indeed the last 10 minutes coming from the member for Naparima. He put on a very potent comedy show, and he won the applause of the member for Siparia and others across the floor from us in a matter that is sufficiently serious to have brought this government to this parliament today to extend the effect of an order that was issued approximately 3 months or so ago. The member for Naparima, Madam Speaker, said 2.5 months ago, we passed an act. We did no such thing. Comedy. We are dealing here with the Economic Sanctions Act, which is in the laws of Trinidad and Tobago for many years, perhaps since 1994. What we did in consonance with that act was to debate a statement issued by Her Excellency, gaining the attention of this parliament, and out of that came an order in respect of our obligation by virtue of our membership in the United Nations. So I want to debunk the members' comedy that we passed an act of parliament 2.5 years ago. Madam Speaker, the resolution before us today treats comprehensively with the comedy show that we just witnessed wasting our time. How long did he speak for? Too long. The resolution, well drafted and clear, and it is gaining our attention, not for the first time, but as for the member for Siparia. Anyway, let me not be distracted by her insobriety. Let me say, Madam Speaker, the resolution says, and I am obliged to quote an element or two of it because the member for Naparima overlooked a very critical line, when he regaled us with his comedy a few moments ago. Whereas by Section 4 of the Economic Sanctions Act, Chapter 8105, the President may, for the purpose of implementing a decision, resolution, or recommendation by a regional or international organization of states or association of states, of which Trinidad and Tobago is a member, that calls on its members to take economic measures against a foreign state, make an order with respect to A, the restriction or prohibition of any of the activities referred to in Section 5 in relation to the foreign state, and B, the seizing, freezing, or sequestration in the manner set out in the order any property situated in Trinidad and Tobago that is held by or on behalf of a foreign state, a person in that foreign state, or a national of that foreign state who does not ordinarily reside in Trinidad and Tobago. And of course, it continues. The member asked about listing and any individual. If Trinidad and Tobago detected that there was some property owned by the focus of this motion in Trinidad and Tobago, it would have taken the action that the member for Naparima suggested. But there's none so far. So far. But Madam Speaker, the motion continues. And the most potent line of it, because the member for Naparima, regaling us in pure comedy, tasteless comedy, time-wasting comedy, tells us that we are coming back and coming and coming and coming again. The very motion that is in front of us in its resolution states, and I quote for the benefit of the member for Siparia, I quote, because I know the difference between silk and silk fig, you know. Let me quote for the members for Siparia. It says, and it concludes the motion after all of the recitals, whereas this, whereas that, whereas the other. Too long for me to go into now. But the resolution says, be it resolved. That is what is in front of us today. Be it resolved that the order shall remain in force until such time as it is revoked. You understand? Madam Speaker, they waste our time. And then the member went on to talk about CARICOM, and this is all about paper. Well, this paper is absolutely necessary because it is in consonance with the law of Trinidad and Tobago. And it is in consonance with our obligations as a member of the United Nations, as I have just read. And therefore, this paper, as he fleetingly and in comedy called it, is critical. But he went on to ask, what else are we doing, implying that all we do is pass the law, and that's the end of it. That's what he's wanting to suggest. But of course, nothing the UNC does or says could be believed or taken seriously. And for those of us who did any elements of criminology, we know criminogenic tendencies when we see them. So it is to that extent that we take them seriously with an eye as a criminologist. Yes. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, let me say, Madam Speaker, that only recently CARICOM engaged at one of its sessions the issue of Haiti. I was present probably about 2.5 years ago when the Haiti question came up in a CARICOM heads meeting at the Hilton in Port of Spain. Not for the first time. We have been, CARICOM, including Trinidad and Tobago, have been paying close attention to the goings-ons in Haiti. In fact, CARICOM was working very tightly and very closely with now deceased President Moise, asking him, working with him. I am aware of that. I was present at the meeting. In support of our Prime Minister on that occasion, to deal with some of the instability that existed even at that time in Haiti. Today, I must tell you, it has gotten severely worse. And as we all know, for those of us who read C.L.R. James's Black Jacobins and who studied the history of this region, Haiti's troubles began as long ago as 1804. Madam Speaker, the situation in Haiti today is that Haiti is, and I think correctly described as a failed state. And I so describe it, and the world will so describe it, because all of the institutions of that state have come under severe weakening, threat, and attack, to some extent non-existent. Because the criminal gangs, led by a particular criminal gang leader to whom these sanctions are largely directed, has attacked and destroyed the police, as you heard well earlier correctly, the police organization under attack. A few months ago, on one occasion, 700 police officers resigned and flee Haiti. United Nations reports demonstrating that they are having difficulty dealing with the gangs that has been growing. And their reach, taking control of more and more of the physical space in Haiti, taking control of ports, taking control of health centers, water facilities, electricity facilities. It's as bad as that. And CARICOM has been addressing that issue a long time ago. I can tell you, he's asking, what is CARICOM doing? What I could tell him is that no major nation today, not the United States, not Canada, although Canada has contributed a lot to date in this battle, in this struggle, in this response, no major nation of the world has put troops on the ground inside of Haiti. None to date. President Henry has been calling for an international force. Kenya has pledged 1,000 troops, all true, but not one nation has put boots on the ground so far. So he asks again in his comedy, the honorable member, the honorable comedian, Madam Speaker, Mr. Holness, the Prime Minister of Jamaica, speaking on behalf of CARICOM, informed that CARICOM will offer support to Haiti in key priority areas. These include humanitarian support, security and election organization. Additionally, he said the regional body will provide personnel, training, and capacity building to the Haitian National police force. It is not an external enemy that has gone into Haiti. It is internal, it is social, it is civil. And therefore the police organization, the Haitian National Police, is critical in this. So the member correctly reminded us that earlier this year, at the call of Canada, who is leading some of this response, Trinidad and Tobago did send an expert to assist in the rebuilding of the Haitian police service, the Haitian National Police. They reached out and they asked, and we promptly did that, along with other countries, Jamaica and others in the region, to recruit and to train police officers. And that was shortly after 700 or 800 of them demitted office. Madam Speaker, that's not all. CARICOM impacts. On behalf of CARICOM, took note of the fact that that Haitian problem has started to directly impact Jamaica and Turks and Caicos and countries close to it as that. And CARICOM impacts have been taking action to increase the flow of information and intelligence sharing, especially as it relates to firearms and trafficking in persons with the US, as it relates to Haiti. Because a lot of firearms going into Haiti, just like happening in Trinidad and Tobago, are known to be originating in the United States. I recall about 2 years ago, Madam Speaker, I was astounded. I brought it to the attention of several of my cabinet colleagues. The lead honcho in Haiti, a fellow they call Barbecue, they call Barbecue. That is his nickname, a former police officer. I'll tell you his correct name in a minute. Jimmy Cherizi. He was on the papers of the world because I saw the picture. I was abroad at the time and I saw it. He, along with about 30 others of his gang, with automatic weapons, threatening the United States, Madam Speaker, that they will kill a student citizen of the United States who they had kidnapped in Haiti. And I saw that. No mask, no hiding, the brazenness was there. And that's about 2 years ago. I was astounded by it. And so they're asking I'm telling them what CARICOM is doing. I'm telling them the member asked. The member asked, so I'm telling him. And therefore, CARICOM has stated, and it remains poised, and it has already begun to support Haiti in coming back from this morass that it has found itself in at this stage. I want to say a little word, Madam Speaker, about the business of sanctions. I want to say a little bit about the business of sanctions. Sanctions as imposed by the United Nations, they have worked effectively on some occasions and some occasions not. I recall as a younger man, there were sanctions imposed against apartheid South Africa. Didn't seem to work at all. Many countries that pretended to be a part of that, in fact, were not, and continued trading with South Africa. Only very recently in the Ukraine situation, sanctions were purportedly imposed against Russia. It hasn't seemed to deter Russia from its activity there, and I make no judgment as to that, but I'm just talking about the aspect of sanctions. And Madam Speaker, it didn't seem to work against Iran in any major way. Recently, sanctions in Venezuela And I pay more attention to that because, of course, Venezuela is next door and conditions in Venezuela affect us directly in Trinidad. And let me say in passing that the conditions in Haiti have not yet begun to directly impact us in Trinidad and Tobago. Some of the countries of the region have begun to get direct impact. But I want to say, I pay more attention to what is going on in Venezuela. And recently, we took some note of that at an international forum and commented upon it. So sanctions have varying impact. And these sanctions here are intended to go after those inside of Haiti who have destroyed by their gangsterism the institutions of Haiti, and who, Madam Speaker, continue to grow, and these sanctions are really targeted at that group and those groups, gangs, because the motion spells out that in one of its recitals. The people of Haiti who are suffering from all that is happening, this failed state, and the presence and growth of the gangs in Haiti doing the things that we are familiar with, so unfortunately, they are the ones, it's like they are the rope in the tug of war. They are being pulled hither, thither, and yon. So much so that last weekend, a church in Haiti, I think a Catholic church, right? They had their members do a walk against crime and against the gangsterism that has taken over Haiti. And while they were on that exercise, a gang or gangs opened fire and killed several of them. That's how brazen and bad the thing is. So my concern, if I may put it that way, is that as we do the right thing by supporting, as we must as a state, a nation state that is Trinidad and Tobago, and take action as a state to impose sanctions on that society, it has to be properly well targeted, and hopefully it will have more effect on the gangs and to whom it is intended and focused, rather than on the people, as has happened in some cases where sanctions have been applied. That will be my concern, because the people of Haiti have been suffering for a long, long time. In fact, there are some people who will think that applying sanctions on Haiti is ironic, especially since Haiti has been in the condition it has been in since 1804 and going forward. However, the focus is on those inside of Haiti who have created the conditions of which we speak in the immediate situation. And therefore, my support for the measure as offered by the Attorney General, as has been supported by our friends on the other side, because they know that this is an international obligation. They know it is consonant with the law and the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago. But, Madam Speaker, they have to find something to croak and quake about. Yes, 403 murders. You heard the silk? You heard the silk with a twisted false accent. Huh?
Member. Okay, I'll just ask you to withdraw that. Do you know what? Please.
Thank you very much. Without more. So, Madam Speaker, as I rise in support of this motion and urge all of my colleagues in this House, I take note of the fact that Canada has directed and working closely with CARICOM. It was a Canadian initiative that we fully supported as CARICOM. And Trinidad and Tobago sent personnel into that arrangement for the training of those police officers. Canada, Madam Speaker, has been making its contribution, working along with CARICOM. For an example, Canada would have directed over 100 million Canadian dollars to this effort, working along with others. 100 million in international assistance in health, education, governance, security, and the fight against corruption and impunity, economic growth, and climate change inside of Haiti, since 2022. And I listened to the member for Naparima speaking hypocritically on behalf of his hypocrite friends. If I may twist the pronunciation just a wee bit, with your leave, Madam Speaker. I heard him talking about we are not doing anything for Haitians in Trinidad and Tobago. There are Haitians in Trinidad and Tobago who have gotten national resident status and all the other facilities available under the laws of Trinidad and Tobago. In fact, when we opened up in 2018 in our migrant registration framework on the basis of sound government policy, when they were protesting about the number of Venezuelans in Trinidad and Tobago and saying that they're going to be voting for one party as against them, we established a migrant registration framework, and it was open not only to Venezuelans, but all non-nationals, everyone who was here illegally. That's what we did. We invited all to come hither, and they came, and we registered 16,500 of them. All were invited, all. And to tell you why I use the word hypocrite, hypocrite. That means they go on real fire in it, Madam Speaker. Deep. When Dominica had its crisis with some natural disaster, some hurricane a few years ago, that UNC, when this government announced that we wanted to invite Dominica.
Madam Speaker, 48-1. This has nothing to do with the order presently before the House being debated.
Okay, so member for Laventille West, while I understand that in a way you're rebutting, I would ask you really to stick within the confines of the sword and the debate, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was the member for Naparima who did a bit of a comparison between the way we purportedly treat Haitians. And let me tell you, that statement he made there is not to be taken lightly, Let me just, before I continue, let me just quote for you, Madam Speaker. Let me quote for you, because I have listened to that member for Naparima, I heard him actually tell this country that the PNM government don't like black people, I heard him say that.
Yeah, but member, I'll ask you to withdraw that. I didn't hear that in this debate.
Withdraw it because you did not hear it in this debate, so I withdraw it.
Member, I've ruled. Please move on and be quite careful.
I thank you. But I'm simply saying as I move on, that statement that we treat Haitians differently to the way we treat Venezuelans has a poisonous element to it. One that I cannot ignore. Because I've been a victim of poison, I cannot ignore it, but I'm moving on. I'm moving on. So, Madam Speaker, Canada continues to play that leadership role, and it was in March that I said that they announced an additional $100 million to deal with the reestablishment of the police force that Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, and other countries of the region participated in, recognizing, as I said earlier, this is a civil crisis and it has to be done. It has to be done, and it has to be done in that way. As for CARICOM, the heads of government.
Member, may I just advise you have 3 more minutes of original speaking time. you're entitled to a further 15 minutes to wind up your presentation if you wish. Are you going to avail yourself?
Certainly, Madam
Please
Speaker.
continue.
Now start to wax truthful, and they don't want to hear it. They are afraid of the truth. They like darkness, if I may use a metaphor. They don't like the light of the truth. But as for me and my house, we deal with the truth soberly and powerfully. Madam Speaker, the heads of government of the CARICOM community at their 44th regular meeting, that's February the 15th to the 17th, reiterated that the community must play a leadership role in addressing the deteriorating situation in Haiti. A member state of the community towards which there are moral and political obligations. This is a statement from the heads at the 44th meeting, regular meeting. The heads affirmed that decisive action is needed at the earliest opportunity by CARICOM in view of the mounting insecurity and its widespread impact on all facets of Haitian life. You hear the depth of the concern? The heads of government were joined in part of their discussions by the Right Honorable Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada. They were joined by Mr. Trudeau. The heads of government acknowledged the adoption of the December 21st, 2022 political agreement, called the National Consensus for an Inclusive Transition and Transparent Elections, launched by the Honorable Ariel Henry, the interim Prime Minister of Haiti, but were of the view that it needed to be more inclusive. You see the intimate engagement by CARICOM in the affairs of Haiti, and yet the member for Naparima gets here today and misleadingly tells us that CARICOM and Trinidad and Tobago, which is a part of CARICOM, playing a leadership role in CARICOM. Not describing our colleagues as some ATM machine and not failing to show up at important meetings, and at 9 o'clock you still have on colors and nighty. Real engagement. Real engagement. Whether yellow nighty or blue nighty, same nighty. And this is it. Madam Speaker, in this regard, the heads of government agreed to convene at an early meeting of stakeholders in Jamaica.
Speaker, Madam Speaker, sorry to disturb you. 48-4, the member is making all type of statements about night clothes and so on that I think you should rule. Sorry again to trouble you, ma'am.
Member, you know better than that. Please withdraw and be careful. Yes?
Madam Speaker. Okay, Madam Speaker, I withdraw the word nighty.
Remember, no. Just withdraw it, okay? And you know, we've got to be careful about the messages that we send.
But Madam Speaker, all I'm saying is that at the 44th heads of government, all members, particularly and including, of course, the member for Dago Martin West, was present, well attired for business, sober, and conducted CARICOM's business in a dignified manner. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They also agreed to participate in a meeting to be convened in Haiti with Haitian stakeholders to assist in a development plan to restore security and the rule of law. The heads of government noted the various forms of security assistance provided by the government of Canada and placed emphasis on strengthening the capacity of the Haitian National Police to protect the general population from criminal activities. Because what transpired in Haiti, you know, Madam Speaker, is that the police and the defense and the army came under serious attack, and in some cases, fled. And it is an example to the rest of the world, not the least Trinidad and Tobago, as to what is possible when we do not hold up our institutions. when we take action to weaken them. And that is why, Madam Speaker, the CARICOM heads had to pronounce in the way they did. And CARICOM member states are calling for global multinational security support with appropriate jurisdictional mandate aimed at restoring peace and stability in Haiti. Speaking on behalf of CARICOM during the United Nations Council meeting on Haiti on Thursday, July the 6th, Prime Minister Holness made the announcement that I spoke about recently. So, Madam Speaker, with those things said, I would like to close by thanking the Attorney General on behalf of the government for bringing this measure here for its renewal and to ensure that the action that the world has chosen to take in support of the suffering people of Haiti is properly, legally, and constitutionally taken. And I feel confident to say, contrary to the member for Naparima, that the government of Trinidad and Tobago, as part of CARICOM, stands very ready to continue to provide support to our brother in this region. And I close by just reminding us, not so much Trinidad and Tobago, but the international community, as you impose these sanctions, they must be imposed in a skillful and with precision, so that it will not bring. In other words, it must be buttressed with financial intelligence and understand what is going on behind the scenes and where the guns and the money to support the guns and the drugs and the human trafficking, where all of that is flowing from. Which is why I told you CARICOM impacts is up to with our crime and gang intelligence unit at the CARICOM level now. And they must therefore focus these sanctions on those to whom they are directed and minimize its impact on the ordinary people of Haiti who are already experiencing deep suffering. Madam Speaker, with those few words, I thank you very kindly.
Member for Princestown.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to join this debate on a very critical motion before the Parliament. Madam Speaker, after listening to the last member, I understand why the member for Naparima has been asking the minister, who is stopping the cocaine from passing? You see, Madam Speaker, when you have to descend into yellow and blue 90 in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, you can surely tell that the sound...
We already dealt with that, okay? So please, withdraw that and continue.
I withdraw, Madam.
Yeah.
Madam, I'll rephrase that. When you have to descend
Shopping for leisure
into articles of clothing in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, you can surely tell that the sound whooping the PNM got in the local government elections at the hands of Kamla Prasad-Bissessa and the UNC has left them with a political tabanka. Madam Speaker, the member for Laventille West dodged, ducked, run from answering the critical questions that the member for Naparima raised on behalf of the opposition. Madam Speaker, particularly, there were two areas that the Minister of National Security, the member for Laventille West, did not address. And that has to do with the critical role that Trinidad and Tobago plays in the quasi-cabinet of CARICOM. And no one has raised in the public domain the responsibility that Trinidad and Tobago has as a representative that deals in the quasi-cabinet of CARICOM that deals with regional security, Madam Speaker. And therefore, one would have thought that a member for Laventille West would be in the know with respect to Trinidad and Tobago's position of sending troops, whether it's from Trinidad and Tobago or the CARICOM, in terms of putting boots on the ground. And we have done so in the past in different circumstances in Haiti and other CARICOM nations, Madam Speaker. But in an effort to duck and run, the member for Laventille West refused to answer the critical questions of Trinidad and Tobago's position as it relates to Trinidad and Tobago holding the seat in the quasi-cabinet of CARICOM with responsibility for regional security. That, Madam Speaker, is an indictment on the Prime Minister who serves in the quasi-cabinet of CARICOM as it relates to regional security and development, Madam Speaker. That is a shame. The member for Naparima, Madam Speaker, spoke about the change in visa requirements. And it was a pointed question that was asked of the member for Laventille West as to how did we arrive at that? Are all CARICOM states taking a similar position as it relates to immigration matters, Madam Speaker? Again, the member for Laventille West instead sought to lecture us on this side about sanctions. Let me remind the member for Laventille West about his government's history with sanctions in Trinidad and Tobago. You see, it is that government, that Minister of National Security, that Prime Minister of the People's National Movement, that allowed a sanctioned plane from Venezuela to land here in Trinidad and Tobago, that allowed a sanctioned Vice President Delcy Rodriguez to end with representatives of PDVSA and then claim ignorance. But you see, Madam Speaker, we refuse to be lectured by the real hypocrites that sit across from us, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member for Laventille, for Naparima, spoke about review and amendments to the sanction. Over 100 nations have signed on to these sanctions, Madam Speaker, and the member for Naparima bordered on raising issues of laziness. And laziness in the context, Madam Speaker, of looking at strengthening or making amendments, as several other countries have done. Madam Speaker, several other nations have looked at reviewing the amendments to see where we were and where we are today in terms of Haiti, in terms of these economic sanctions and the implication that it has for their political stability, as well as national security issues that is currently in Haiti at this time. Madam Speaker, another major failure of either speakers of the government today was to deal with Trinidad and Tobago's position as a member of CARICOM, but as the lead in terms of what advice we have offered to CARICOM. And I'll tell you why I ask this, Madam Speaker. We have been advocating for the free movement of nationals across all Caribbean nations. And that free movement has specific implications for Trinidad and Tobago, because the other CARICOM nations, as part of our role or responsibility in that quasi-cabinet, is to advise under security arrangements of what prospects or what advice we would give in terms of immigration matters among member states. Not one word of that, Madam Speaker. The member for Laventille West will have us believe that a golfing prime minister who spends all of his time on the golf course turns up at a meeting at 9 a.m. but cannot offer one piece of advice to CARICOM as it relates to the issue of the free movement of Caribbean nationals across the CARICOM, specifically related to Haitians who we have now imposed visa requirements and visa sanctions on, Madam Speaker. And there's a deafening silence coming from the government on those issues because they have abdicated their responsibility to the people of CARICOM and more so the people of Haiti, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to turn your attention to a publication dated January 24, 2023. Coming out from the United States, it says, US says it will propose new Haitian targets for UN sanctions. In a Reuters article, the United States said on Tuesday it will propose further targets in Haiti for UN sanctions, a move broadly backed by China as the Caribbean country battles cholera and severe food shortages compounded by widespread violence from criminal gangs. Madam Speaker, you're hearing about food shortages in Haiti. But I am not surprised that this government does not care about food shortages in Haiti. They don't even care about food shortages in Tobago. Far less for Haiti. Madam Speaker, it goes on to say the 15 assembly members of the United Nations Security Council agreed in October to impose an asset freeze, travel ban, and arms embargo on anyone who threatens the peace of stability of Haiti, naming the country's most powerful gangster as its first target. The UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has also proposed that a rapid action force be sent to Haiti to help police combat gangs, a move also requested by Haiti's government. Madam Speaker, one can tell by the contribution from the member for Laventille West, together with all publications that is in the public domain from member states of the United Nations, including those of CARICOM, that we agree that Haiti needs to get a handle of their police service. But Madam Speaker, we are in a situation today where it is clear to all and sundry, including members of the United States, that Haiti needs intervention with respect to restoring peace, security, and justice as it relates to their police service. But Madam Speaker, that was the exact point that the member for Naparima raised. The member for Naparima is raising in the context of not only Trinidad and Tobago, but member states of CARICOM and the United Nations, that we know what the problem is. We know what the solution is, but what have you done to advance these solutions? And the member for Laventille West could not honestly stand up in this house and say that the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago has done A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. They have done nothing, Madam Speaker. They have done absolutely nothing. Zero. Madam Speaker, the publication says Haitians overwhelmingly want this assistance so they can go about their daily lives in peace. The representatives said gang-related violence has reached levels not seen in decades. Murders and kidnappings increased in a fourth consecutive year. The Deputy U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Robert Wood, said that Washington was encouraged that UN sanctions had deterred who would carry out and finance the violence causing Haiti's instability. This is from the Deputy U.S. Ambassador, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in many instances, and I heard the member speak about Dominica in the context of today's debate. But Madam Speaker, when you have important positions and persons like the US Deputy Ambassador sharing information like this about amending the sanctions and the need to amend the sanctions, and then you listen to the member for Laventille West speak about Dominica, I want to remind the member for Laventille West, Madam Speaker, it was inside of the Organization of American States that on a directive from the Trinidad and Tobago government that our representative there voted against Dominica. That is on the public record. And therefore, when you want to advance support in the area of diplomacy and international relations, they say you must put your money where your mouth is. Trinidad and Tobago voted against Dominica. So whether or not they're in blue, they're yellow, they're red, Madam Speaker, the member for Laventille West cannot get away from public record of what the red has done to the people of Dominica and the people of Haiti. Madam Speaker, I want to deal a bit with the issues of the economic situation that currently exists in Haiti. And I'll tell you why. Madam Speaker, I had the opportunity to speak in this parliament on the last sanction that was brought, and that had to do with Iran. And the government, when the Attorney General spoke, he chastised me for saying, well, why are you going and you're talking about there must be amendments and so on when there's consensus? Madam Speaker, the one consensus that there appears to be on the issue of Haiti is that intervention is needed. Who are the brave souls willing to advance this cause? Is yet to be seen. But Madam Speaker, the economic situation in Haiti is this. As we all know, Haiti is the poorest country in the hemisphere. More than half the population lives under the poverty line, and many people rely on subsistence farming to feed their families. The country is also heavily dependent on external revenue between 2010 and 2020. The United Nations allocated more than 13 billion in international aid for Haiti, most of which has funded disaster relief missions and development programs. Meanwhile, remittances from the Haitian diaspora have steadily risen over the last few years, totaling a record $3.8 billion in 2020, or nearly 24% of Haiti's gross domestic product. Since 2020, trade has composed 43% of Haiti's GDP on average. The country's major industries include sugarcane, flour milling, cement, and textile manufacturing. Textiles accounted for 86% of all exports in 2020. The United States is Haiti's largest trade partner, followed by Canada and Mexico. Madam Speaker, it goes on to say in recent years, natural disasters, disease, political instability, mismanagement of humanitarian relief, and a depreciation of Haiti's currency have strained the economy. Tourism, once a vibrant sector, has declined compared to a record 1.3 million tourists in 2018, which drew in 620 million. Haiti welcomed only 938,000 travelers in 2019. Madam Speaker, the economic history of Haiti, as it currently stands, it says that in the same year, the neighboring Dominican Republic welcomed nearly 7.6 million tourists. However, the COVID-19 pandemic, like many others, including Tobago and several other CARICOM regions, have significantly reduced travel and economic activity in both countries. Madam Speaker, this is the important point. It says international lenders canceled Haiti's debt following a massive earthquake in 2010. But its borrowings has raised significantly to about 3.57 billion, included nearly 2 billion from PetroCaribe, the Venezuela-led regional alliance that offers its members subsidized oil. Further upheaval, including an escalating protest movement, the 2021 assassination of President Mose, back-to-back natural disasters in July and August, and rampant gang violence has placed further stress on the country's economic situation. Madam Speaker, that provides the backdrop of the political instability and the situation as relates to crime and security in Haiti as we currently speak, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when the member for Naparima spoke about the need to review these sanctions, it was against knowing what was happening with Haiti's economic status and economic situation in the global context of many of its debts having been written off, even from countries within the CARICOM, to also putting itself back into a lot of these debts, Madam Speaker. But what did those economic debts that and those sanctions that we are attempting to deal with today bring? It brought tremendous amount of political instability, Madam Speaker. And that political instability has created a lot of challenges for Haiti. That today in local parlance, we say Haiti can't even catch themselves. But Madam Speaker, it is interesting to hear what members of the United Nations, what their positions are, separate and apart from a CARICOM, Trinidad and Tobago's perspective. And I want to turn your attention, Madam Speaker, to the 9,247 meeting of the United Nations. And the heading says, key political developments, sanctions offer hope to Haiti's recovery, if supported by international community, special representative tells the Security Council of the United Nations. Madam Speaker, I want to pay particular attention to the representative coming from Haiti themselves. And this is what Haiti is saying to the UN Security Council at a special meeting where all member states were present, separate and apart from the Security Council, Madam Speaker. And I quote, Helen Lalim, Special Representative of the Secretary General for Haiti and Head of the United Nations Integrated Office in Haiti, updated the 15-nation organ on the worsening humanitarian and security developments, which includes close to 5 million people facing acute hunger, unprecedented levels of gang violence, and not one elected official left in the country. Madam Speaker, can you imagine that? I repeat, the representative at the UN Security Council representing Haiti lamented not one elected official is left in the country. Wow. Madam Speaker, if that does not jolt us into reality and into action, I don't know what will. There are some in CARICOM and in other countries, maybe some will even say right here in Trinidad and Tobago, that it feels as though we are living in a dictatorship, Madam Speaker. But in Haiti, that reality confronts you in the black and white, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it goes on to say that despite this, the called attention to notable progress being made with sanctions creating space for additional political dialogue and necessary reform, including encouraging developments in the judiciary and the reduction of pre-trial detention levels. Madam Speaker, the representative for Haiti called on the Council to facilitate the immediate deployment of a specialized international force. And what is this specialized international force? Madam Speaker, this is not gibberish. This is not Haiti just throwing out words there. This is Haiti identifying the help that it needs. And therefore, when one speaks about the economic sanctions that are being imposed, it cannot be that the economic sanctions are imposed in a vacuum. We have seen what that economic sanctions imposition has done to a country like Cuba. And therefore, if we are really serious, and I notice that our current government have been advancing the issue of Cuba in the CARICOM region and the CARICOM organization. But looking at the situation that Haiti is in, and the years of these embargoes that Cuba has endured, what can we learn from that? Is that while you cripple the people that are asking for help, very little change has come outside of just creating mass amounts of poverty. And therefore, Madam Speaker, when the representative tells the United Nations Security Council that they need a specialized international force, they also say, we have continued repeating the fact that the situation is grave and that a great deal more action is needed. There is no room for complacency. There cannot be fair, transparent, and democratic elections, nor the restoration of its institutions without security. So, Madam Speaker, we can speak ad nauseum about the economic implications that these sanctions impose. But critical institutions like the judiciary, the Elections Commission, the Office of the President, the Parliament of Haiti, we are being told that none of these things exist. And therefore, if there's no law and order, Madam Speaker, it is a recipe for chaos and anarchy. And therefore, the challenge remains and the onus remains on us that we know what the problem is. We know what the solution is, but who is leading the charge? And I respectfully say that while we point fingers at Canada, as I heard from the member for Laventille West speak about Canada should be doing this and they did that and do the other. What is Trinidad and Tobago doing as a lead for regional security in a quasi-cabinet of CARICOM? Madam Speaker, I want to share with you something that is startling, coming out and emanating from the key political development. Sanctions offer hope to Haiti's recovery if supported by international community. Special representative tells Security Council. And it says, Madam Speaker, echoing that the representative of France also spotlighted the need to effectively support the Haitian National Police, including through equipment, funding, and training. Sanctions alone, however, will not solve all the country's problems, as rebuilding justice is an imperative. Fighting against impunity and strengthening the entire criminal justice system must be a priority to bring an end to the violence, she stressed. And this is a colonial master of Haiti saying this, Madam Speaker, at that meeting. But what was interesting, Madam Speaker, was the next representative to speak was the United Kingdom. and the United Kingdom's delegate had this to say. While noting her country's readiness to consider further sanction designations, she underscored that sanctions alone do not offer a solution. Now is the time for Haitians to come together to address the political impasse and tackle the deeply rooted challenges blighting their daily lives. Madam Speaker, those are some words that are not new to us. Often in local parlance, we tend to say Haiti is a blight country because of the challenges that they continue to face. That was sung in many calypsos, member, for Horace Bay, North St. as well. I'll refer you to that later on. But Madam Speaker, you have listened to not only CARICOM, who has a major stake in this issue, but you have heard from representatives of France, the United Kingdom, where it appears that we are all on the same page. But Madam Speaker, as I wrap up, I want to remind Trinidad and Tobago and those that have a stake in the restoration of Haiti, Madam Speaker, that the member for Naparima did not just come here and complain. The UNC didn't just point out what were the woes and what were the challenges. On the last two sanctions, including this one, what we are saying, what is important, as advanced by the United States. And this is out of pure laziness, Madam Speaker, to come to the Parliament and just say, let us pass this again because this is an international obligation. Trinidad and Tobago has a lot of international obligations. We are a member state of many of these international organizations. But whether or not it is from the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs or the Office of the Attorney General, Madam Speaker, in today's presentation, both from the Attorney General and the member for Laventille West, there's a large degree of laziness to advance meaningful amendments, recommendations, and solutions, particularly in the areas of immigration, Madam Speaker, in particular our position as it relates to truly demonstrating free movement across the CARICOM, which includes Haiti, a member state of the CARICOM, but also, Madam Speaker, looking to see how we can strengthen the economic sanctions so that it has a positive impact on restoring justice and restoring the police service. Those were some of the areas that both myself and the member for Naparima have advanced. And Madam Speaker, it is my sincere hope that we will hear a bit more in the public space and from the Attorney General in terms of what is Trinidad and Tobago's position. We have heard the complaints that they're saying, but Kenya, the member for Laventille West is saying, but they're talking all this great fancy talk, but they're not putting where their money where their mouth is. They are not saying that they are willing to do so. It is our responsibility as the lead for security and regional development to take that role. And what we want to hear from the government is, are you willing to ensure that Trinidad and Tobago, together with other CARICOM states, that we lead the effort? That we, Trinidad and Tobago, lead the effort. We do not abdicate that responsibility and say we'll leave it for Guyana or leave it for Barbados. But we will take that responsibility and stop crying and complaining and bringing these sanctions without bringing any meaningful solutions. And that is the point that the United National Congress is making. But Madam Speaker, I understand maybe why we are seeing so much laziness. They are refusing to review legislation. That political tabanka that I told you about earlier, Madam Speaker, that has them in a quandary that up to today, the People's National Movement cannot catch themselves from the sweet, I would not use that other word, Madam Speaker, but except to say, but they have a sweet tabanka for Kamala Pasabi says and the UNC, because surely as night follows day, the sun will rise again. And we will be able to bring meaningful solutions to these sanctions that will have a significant impact on the lives of the people of Haiti and of CARICOM, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
The Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to respond And I hope that my response will be taken to have some substance, if not sound bites. The member for Naparima remarkably allowed himself, in my view, to trivialize the fact that we have come to this House to renew the order which has already been passed by this House and to renew it for an indefinite period. And he's attempted to trivialize it in terms which I think, quite frankly, does a disservice to the people of Haiti. Because the fact that we take the time and the trouble to come to this House, to ask this House to renew the order, is because we care about the people of Haiti. So asking the members on the other side to debate the passage of the order, which is the resolution which is before this House, is not to waste the time of the House. That's my first point. In fact, I thought it necessary to make that point because given the injury which the people of Haiti have suffered for hundreds of years, and in the face of the current CARICOM initiatives which are underway, it is psychological PTSD to claim that by us asking the people of this country in this House through their elected representatives to commit to this resolution is to do psychological injury to the people of Haiti. The member for Naparima sought in his contributions to suggest that there is some discrimination about the fact that visas are required for Haitians while he was speaking about Venezuelans. And the fact of the matter is that both Haitians and Venezuelans are required to have visas to enter this country. So there is no question of discrimination. And the rationale for requiring visas is part of the very security that we have to ensure we put in place. One of the reasons why we are here today, so that the trafficking of persons, the movement of persons into and out of Trinidad can be addressed from a security point of view by the requisite visa scrutiny that is engaged when someone wishes to travel into this country. Madam Speaker, the member for Princess Town spoke loudly and a lot.
A lot.
But he is essentially fundamentally misinformed about that which he spoke so much about, and that is to allow himself to remark that the Prime Minister of this country, who has quasi-responsibility, who has responsibility in the quasi-portfolio for security in CARICOM, is not doing anything about Haiti from a security point of view. And it is interesting when we look at a media statement which was issued on behalf of the government on the 3rd of August, 2023, what that media statement said. The government of Trinidad and Tobago welcomes Kenya's decision to commit 1,000 police officers to support the Haitian National Police and Kenya's willingness to consider assuming leadership of a multinational force at the request of Haiti for the purpose of providing assistance in alleviating the security crisis in the Haitian nation. In the interest of the people of Haiti, the CARICOM community established the Eminent Persons Group and mandated it to facilitate dialogue and consensus building among Haitian stakeholders with the aim of resolving the political impasse Trinidad and Tobago remains committed to this process. And the point is that that eminent persons group is a group of former prime ministers put together through the resourcefulness of other current prime ministers of CARICOM, led in particular by Dr. Rowley with his responsibility for security within the CARICOM quasi-cabinet. And that eminent persons group consists of Dr. Kenny Anthony of St. Lucia and two former prime ministers, one of Jamaica and one of the Bahamas. And they are, as we speak, working with the people of Haiti to help stakeholders, Haitian stakeholders, resolve their political impasse. It is a delicate, careful process that has to be engaged in with resolve, with will, and quietly, not to be shouted for soundbite purposes from rooftops and empty barrels. And if I may say lastly, this suggestion that the government, the Attorney General's ministry, is doing nothing, notwithstanding having asked this House to pass the last resolution, and notwithstanding coming to the House today to ask this House to pass this resolution. The fact is that there are processes that have been drafted, court processes that have been drafted, that rely on this resolution being passed so that when the applications are made to the court, this resolution will be referenced in those court applications. And I'm not about to say in relation to whom, because I don't want to alert those persons in relation to whom those applications will be made when the court process is filed. So, Madam Speaker, without belaboring this point, I ask that this House pass the resolution before you, and I beg to move. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that the economic sanctions implementation of United Nations Security Council Resolution 2653/2022 on the Republic of Haiti Order 2023 shall remain in force until such time as it is revoked. All in favor say aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Leader of the House.
Madam Speaker, I apologize for that slight delay. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn sine die.
Honorable members, there are two matters that qualify to be raised on the motion for the adjournment of this House. I've been advised that only one matter is being proceeded with today. Whip, you confirm that? Okay, so that that being the case, I now call on the member for St. Augustine.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you and this Parliament for giving me the opportunity to raise a matter that is very critical to the people of St. Augustine constituency. And that is the failure of the government to deal with the impact of predial larceny on the farmers in the St. Augustine constituency. Now, Madam Speaker, let me share with you that St. Augustine constituency contributes tremendously to the food basket of Trinidad and Tobago in a meaningful way. Between the Churchill-Roosevelt Highway and the northern bank of the Caroni River, from the intersection at the Uriah Butler Highway in the west to the Mausica Road in the east, that is St. Augustine constituency, that is the southern half of St. Augustine constituency. And it includes areas such as Bamboo Settlement, Valsain South, the St. Augustine South area, the Paget Extension, Makoya Extension, we have the Orange Grove Estate, you have the Oropoon and Piaco farmers, you have Maloney South Farm Estate as well. Included in that area, Madam Speaker, is the 200-acre Agricultural Innovation Park at Orange Grove Estate, which is part of the University of the West Indies. In St. Augustine, you also have the Norris Dainurine Wholesale Market at Makoya. I share this with you to give you a backdrop into the vastness of the agriculture in terms of farmers, in terms of agricultural lands, as well as innovation and wholesale and markets. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries on its website boasts, we champion the conservation of biodiversity, sustainable development of food and non-food systems, supported by sound public policy. They boast about animal and livestock management and a sustainable agriculture. And today, they continue to fail on one of the most pressing issues affecting farmers throughout the country, which is predial larceny. Madam Speaker, in the budget debate in the Senate on Thursday, October 13th, the Honorable Minister Kazim Hussein, who is Minister of Agriculture, acknowledged that the predial larceny issue is a big issue. In fact, he said, and I want to quote from the Hansard, also a big issue was the predial larceny squad. I asked for more money and we got more money because we want to deal with the predial larceny squad. Madam Speaker, I, as a representative of the farmers and the people of St. Augustine, have not seen this government make any difference in dealing with predial larceny. What we also had in that debate was a promise by the Honorable Minister that they were going to have a whole of government approach. You know, it's such a nice phrase, and he spoke about having the TTPS and the municipal police involved with the predial larceny squad. He spoke about consulting with the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government. He spoke about engaging the Minister of National Security, and that there would be a combined effort to get involved in the community and really, in my view, to make up for the shortfall that he is acknowledging that is taking place in that predial larceny squad, because it is very clear that that predial larceny squad does not have the manpower, does not have the equipment and resources and accommodation and training required to meet the demand. And so it is really a patchwork approach that was explored or indicated in that debate in October of 2022 in the Senate. Interestingly, the minister in the Ministry of Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries, the Honorable Minister Singh, also spoke about predial larceny. And he said that he wasn't going to sugarcoat it, and he accepted that predial larceny is an issue in this country. And he spoke about that the government is going to act. The government is going to act. We are still waiting for action. Madam Speaker, the minister in the ministry indicated, and I quote, Madam President, as reflected in the budget, Minister Hussein acted with urgency, and we have received an allocation of over 9 million to assist us in the apparatus of fighting predial larceny. $9 million. We are close to making 1 year since this utterance. And I want to tell you that in St. Augustine South, the situation is getting worse and worse. We are in a situation where when thieves go into the garden and reap the crops of the farmers, steal their goods, the first thing they often do is call the police. The TTPS often does not respond to their calls because they say it is not really their area, and very often they genuinely don't have the resources. That in itself is another issue. The farmers have been trying to set up their own way of securing their communities, their gardens. We have farmers who have installed CCTV cameras. Many of those agricultural areas, understandably, do not have electricity. They don't have lines. So they are using solar power. They are using diesel-powered generators to feed these CCTV cameras in an effort to get footage to provide to the authorities to capture the thieves. But when you go to the police station, you go to St. Joseph or Tunapuna Police, you do not get the response that is required. Farmers cannot put their lives at risk to go and stay in the garden or try to confront these thieves because they are often armed with guns and cutlasses. It is a dangerous situation. They come and they reap and harvest the crops. They steal animals. They also steal the chemicals and their little equipment, spray cans and so on. They steal the equipment. So while we can acknowledge farmers are hardworking, I am seeing the farmers of St. Augustine being deprived of the produce of the land. I am seeing, in addition to all the other challenges that they face from this government, including not having land tenure, flooding non-stop, we have this situation with Pridia Lassini, and I am begging, I am pleading with this government to deal with Pridia Lassini in a serious way. Make good on your promises to have TTPS and the municipal police. I am willing as a representative to facilitate meetings with the farmers. So if we have to put our own neighborhood watch type structure in place to supplement the shortfalls of the government, the TTPS and the Pridia Lassini squads, we will do that. But the government has a responsibility, and you have indeed failed to deal with the impact of Pridia Lassini on the farmers in the constituency of St. Augustine. I thank you.
I will now call upon the Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, let me indicate, first of all, that the Minister did give that undertaking that there would be that approach being used by involving the TTPS, the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, and the other stakeholders in this kind of response to Pridia Lassini. Madam Speaker, this is a situation that has plagued many farmers, and we understand the angst that farmers feel when they have put in so much work and then somebody just comes and takes their goods. And Madam Speaker, it is not a new situation, but it is a situation that has reached a point where a number of farmers do have some concerns. Madam Speaker, we are of the firm view that the collaboration that has been established between the Pridia Lassini squad of the Ministry of Agriculture and the Pridia Lassini squad of the TTPS is making a difference and making a major difference. I am sure, Madam Speaker, you would have noticed that there have been a number of positive outcomes from the collaboration. One of the things that we had determined that was necessary was that it was critical to manage the investment in the agricultural sector, and the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries is working assiduously to address the impacts of pre-deal larceny on our farmers by increasing the contingent of the pre-deal larceny squad. We have also procured several vehicles, and these vehicles are equipped with GPS capabilities to enhance their fleet and to ensure that collaboration between the TTPS and the Trinidad and Tobago Municipal Police Service. Madam Speaker, in all 14 corporations, we have given the undertaking and we have moved to increase the number of municipal police by 100 in each corporation and by 200 in the Port of Spain City Corporation. And Madam Speaker, in spite of the small number of the pre-deal larceny squad in the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, there has been a 42% detection rate increase in pre-deal larceny, and this has resulted in convictions. Madam Speaker, in fiscal 2022 alone, the pre-deal larceny squad conducted 1,156 patrols and visited over 16,185 farms. Of the 199 reports received, 125 offenses were recorded and were taken to the court. And in May 2023, the squad was very successful in dealing with the theft of cattle from the central area and also in other areas of the country.
Members, I know we're anticipating certain things at the end of today, but let's reach to the end of today by observing the rules. Okay? Member Farouk Maloney, please continue.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, in addition to what has been taking place, we are in the process of employing additional officers in the pre-deal larceny squad, and we have found these officers to be very dedicated, and we have done a significant amount of training of these officers, the new officers and the additional officers who have come on board. In July, Madam Speaker, we added to the level of officers by bringing on constables and higher level officers to the pre-deal larceny squad, so that we're increasing the level of knowledge in the pre-deal larceny squad. Madam Speaker, it should be noted that the Ministry of Agriculture has worked with the Ministry of Rural Development and, as I said before, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, and the government does in fact recognize the appeals of our farmers and assures that all the necessary action that is necessary to deal with this issue is being put in place for the protection of the farmers and the protection of their food crops. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn sine die. All in favor say aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. This House now do stands adjourn sine die.
temporarily. And this has been the repeated pattern since the beginning of the year. The association hopes the assurances given by the CEO and the hospital administrator that the
issue came to light last week.
sometime earlier last week, we got some problems with some error messages on the elevators, although they had intermittent stoppages of both elevators simultaneously, which isn't something that is normal, and so that the company would have come in religiously to reset while simultaneously doing the troubleshooting that was necessary to facilitate the long-term solution. Their troubleshooting identified some parts that needed to be changed.
Mr. Thomas said the repairs should be completed today.
They managed to get one fixed immediately, and subsequently today we have a team, they have a team on site repairing the other one. There's one elevator that is currently being worked, currently working with the new parts that were installed. The other one is the team from that company is on site doing the necessary work to ensure that by this afternoon, latest tonight, we have both elevators up working optimally.
He was speaking with News Center 5 this afternoon. Government is seeking the assistance of the opposition to extend economic sanctions against Haiti. In the Parliament this afternoon, Attorney General Reginald Amor moved the motion extend the economic sanctions implementation of United Nations Security Council Resolution 2653/2022 on the Republic of Haiti. But opposition MP Rodney Charles said Trinidad and Tobago and by extension CARICOM need to do more to assist Haiti. Contributing to the motion, he said the CARICOM neighbor is in peril and needs help and questioned how extending sanctions would help.
We are talking essentially about a crisis in a fellow CARICOM state. Women getting raped, breakdown of law and order. We are talking of mass killings and distress. Madam Speaker, we are talking about a crisis. We came in June 2023 to discuss sanctions against Haiti. And now 3 months later, here we are again. How will extending these economic sanctions help our CARICOM neighbor? What is Trinidad and Tobago doing beyond them? The eminent persons group from CARICOM arrived in Haiti this week to engage with multiple parties to find common ground for political stabilization and democratic advancement in Haiti. And whilst we are happy to hear that our CARICOM brothers and sisters have begun discussions, is this all?
Mr. Charles said at a UN meeting in Haiti he was ashamed at how little CARICOM has done for Haiti.
I was part of a team paid for by Canada of UN ambassadors tasked with reviewing the UN's work in Haiti. In discussions, I was embarrassed at how little CARICOM had done for Haiti. Brazil had troops in Haiti. One could witness evidence of activities by Canada, by France, by Cuba and others, little by CARICOM. So I'm sitting there as a CARICOM member and they are itemizing what they did and all I could say is we talked. When invited to visit Haiti on the third occasion, Madam Speaker, I declined. Too much poverty, too much crime, no rule of law being observed, too many women washing clothes in rivers and drains, too much hopelessness. And I'm saying this to raise the consciousness of our government in terms of we need to do more for Haiti.
Mr. Charles said even non-CARICOM Venezuelan migrants are being treated better than Haitians in Trinidad and Tobago.
You could come and cry, but Venezuelans are being treated better than our cousins in Haiti. They must get visas before they come. And let those on the other side deny this. Information on our Trinidad and Tobago Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs website under the document titled Visa Requirements for All Countries says that for Haiti,
They specialize Haiti for special treatment. Visas not to be issued without prior approval of the chief immigration officer. Don't come here and tell me and cry crocodile tears for Haiti. You do not care. We are treating citizens of a non-CARICOM country, i.e. Venezuela, better than we are treating fellow CARICOM citizens of Haiti. And for that, we on this side say, Haiti, we are sorry.
But National Security Minister Fitzgerald Hines said the sanctions are aimed at the gangs who have seemingly overtaken the country.
These sanctions here are intended to go after those inside of Haiti who have destroyed by their gangsterism the institutions of Haiti and who continue to grow. And these sanctions are really targeted at that group, gangs, because the motion spells out that in one of its recitals. The people of Haiti who are suffering from all that is happening in this failed state and the presence and growth of the gangs in Haiti doing the things that we are familiar with, they are being pulled hither, thither, and yon.
He said the sanctions must be targeted at the gangs and not law-abiding citizens. The minister believes this country is doing the right thing.
Last weekend, a church in Haiti, I think a Catholic church, they had their members do a walk against crime and against the gangsterism that has taken over Haiti. And while they were on that exercise, a gang or gangs opened fire and killed several of them. That's how brazen and bad the thing is. My concern is that as we do the right thing by supporting as we must as a state, a nation state that is Trinidad and Tobago, and take action as a state to impose sanctions on that society, it has to be properly well targeted, and hopefully it will have more effect on the gangs and to whom it is intended and focused rather than on the people, as has happened in some cases where sanctions have been applied.
Minister Hines also responded directly to Mr. Charles on Haitians in this country.
There are Haitians in Trinidad and Tobago who have gotten nationality, national resident status, and all the other facilities available under the laws of Trinidad and Tobago. In fact, when we opened up in 2018 in our migrant registration framework on the basis of sound government policy, when they were protesting about the number of Venezuelans in Trinidad and Tobago, and saying that they're going to be voting for one party as against them, we established a migrant registration framework. And it was open not only to Venezuelans, but all non-nationals, everyone who was here illegally. That's what we did.
He also said, unlike what is being touted by the opposition, CARICOM has been working to address the situation in Haiti. And to some news now outside of Trinidad and Tobago, Lee is expected to remain a powerful hurricane through early next week. Dangerous beach conditions are expected to develop around the Western Atlantic through early next week. Lee, a Category 4 hurricane, is located about 910 kilometers east of the northern Leeward Islands with maximum sustained winds of 155 miles per hour. The National Hurricane Center says Lee is moving toward the west-northwest near 13 miles per hour, and this motion is expected to continue through early next week with a significant decrease in forward speed. Lee is expected to pass well to the north of the northern Leeward Islands, the Virgin Islands, and Puerto Rico over the weekend and into early next week. Some fluctuations in intensity are likely over the next few days. However, Lee is expected to remain a powerful hurricane through early next week. And in the UK, a sighting of escaped terror suspect Daniel Khalif is being investigated by the Metropolitan Police. Mr. Khalif was reported seen walking away from the Bid Food van shortly after his escape from HMP Wandsworth. The Met is offering a reward of up to £20,000 for information that directly leads to his arrest. The 21-year-old is accused of trying to spy for an enemy state understood to be Iran and plotting a fake bomb hoax. More in this report from France 24.
I'm pleased to say that thanks to the support of the media and the public, we've had a confirmed sighting of Daniel Khalif coming out from underneath the lorry near Wandsworth roundabout. So that's Trinity Road as it goes into Swandon Way. Daniel was spotted then walking towards Wandsworth Town Centre along Swandon Way.
And where has that come from, that information?
So that is a call directly from a member of the public, thanks to the appeal work that we've been doing with the media.
So that just to be clear, this member of the public saw him getting out from under the lorry
Yes.
and then walking along.
Yes.
Do you think at this stage that he might have gone across the common? Is that the route that he took? Have you got any other idea as to where he
Well,
might
he
have
was
gone?
walking towards the town centre when he was last seen. So, as you can imagine, we're treating that as a significant development in the investigation. And we're continuing to focus our effort in London, but we will also look at other parts of the UK as the investigation develops today.
So our viewers get an understanding, lots of people will be watching this, not knowing the geography of the area. Can you give us an idea of how close it is to Wandsworth Prison and how long it would have taken for the lorry to get to that point where he was seen getting off?
So in terms of the distance from the prison, it's probably just over a mile from the prison, and it is within the route that we described yesterday in our appeal to the public. And we're looking to do some further work now in that area to ensure that we've got as much information for the public as possible to help focus our effort towards Wandsworth Town Centre.
And that story there brings us to the end of your news to 4 o'clock. As we go, here's another look at the headlines. Government accused of abandoning families of LMCS divers killed in Paria tragedy. The TTPS says gang members make up the majority of homicides in the country. Government told to do more to assist Haiti as it seeks to extend economic sanctions against the CARICOM state. And Lee barrels towards the leeward as a Category 4 hurricane. I am Kevin Garcia. Thank you so much for staying with us. Our next newscast can be heard later today at 5 o'clock.
News Center 5, live local coverage you can depend on. I-95.5, the most influential name in radio. I-95.5 FM, Red 96.7 FM, and W107.1 FM gives you a September payback. September payback. That's right, TNT. We're giving you the chance to win over $10,000 in cash and prizes. Yeah, you heard right. Get listed, and you can stand in our payback booth and grab over $10,000 in cash and prizes from all our sponsors. Parents, guardians, anyone who may just need that extra cash. This is for you. Listen out for this sound. September payback. Quickly give us a call at 622-3937. Have the access phrase September payback. Make it rain. And just like that, you're listed for the chance to win over $10,000 in cash and prizes. We know times are hard, so we're giving back. It's the September payback. September payback. This is your time to win. Please note, qualifiers can only be listed once. September Payback is brought to you by
KFC, JMMB Bank, Dedicated Real Estate Services Limited, Universal Cereal, Comfort Inn, Shamir, letting your natural beauty shine, Biogen, helping you achieve the best hair color, and Sticky Wings, fresh off the grill.
I say we are still the best.
People, get ready for the big 47th Republic Day celebration. Come eat and drink Sunday, September 24th at Cafe Blue from 5 p.m. featuring 4-time Calypso King, Crow.
This is Crow. Come celebrate with me. I'll do calypso, I'll do ballad. Come celebrate with me.
Soca star, Jaiga.
Come take a look at some on the inside. We got fight, we got love.
Together with more superstars of Calypso, Soca, and comedy entertainment. Your MC, the Caribbean Prince. Get your limited invitation tickets for this mega cultural show at $100 with eats and drinks included at Cafe Blue, Crosby St. James, and Michelle's Fashions Arena. Come, eat, drink, and sing along with our Calypso and Soca stars. Yes, come out and celebrate our 47th Republic Day anniversary. Sunday, September 24th at Cafe Blue, Wrightson Road, Port of Spain, from 5 p.m. Parking is available. For info, call 477-2262. Entrance by advance tickets only. Happy Republic Day, TNT.
I say we are still the best.
Calling all single ladies.
All the single ladies, all the single ladies.
Getting married soon?
Now put your hands up.
Well, this is for you. Amber Media Productions and Studio One Photo Center invites you and your fiancé to the Wedding Showcase Bridal Show. Sunday, September 24th at Signature Hall, Chaguanas from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. It's one full day of giveaways, samples, live entertainment, and much, much more. With free wedding cakes, free wedding venue, free photography, and lots of discounts for your wedding. Register online at ambermediatt.com. That's AMBERMEDIATT.com. Or call 359-5448 or 359-5452 for more info. The Wedding Showcase Bridal Show. Sunday, September 24th, Republic Day weekend. Signature Hall, Chaguanas. Don't miss it. Miss it.
If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it.
It's a numbers thing. It's a numbers thing. It's a numbers thing. Play with. It's a numbers thing. See them all around, so start playing. It's Friday evening out on a date. Pull up to the house, 20 on the 8th. Even the one to say I arrived. The girlfriend shout out, Saturday morning, down by the beach. I say 30 to park when you reach. The day real hot, no breeze. Check the temperature, 36 degrees. Numbers are all around us. Just look for them, play them, and win easy money with Playway. Players must be 18 years and older. Please play responsibly.
Beat the traffic and enjoy the biggest party in sport. CPL action is at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Direct shuttles to and from the stadium are available for only $50 per person with safe and secure parking at U Park, Port of Spain, and San Fernando Parkade. Don't miss a minute of the action because of the traffic. Book your spot now. For details, call 225-4004, extension 605 or 609, or visit unicot.com or CPLT20.com.
Hey, Pops, remember when I was learning to swim at 5 and you told me there was nothing to fear?
Yeah, you were screaming to get out the pool.
Well, it's just like First Citizens online banking. There's nothing to fear. It has first-class security to protect your information. You get alerts to verify every transaction. And you can always double-check every online transaction before you confirm.
I'm not so sure. I mean, this is money we're talking about.
I always trusted your advice, Dad. You can trust mine now.
Okay, I'll sign up.
First Citizens Easy Banking makes your everyday banking so much easier. Visit firstcitizensgroup.com to get started. First Citizens, we put you first.
Yeah. Fit for y'all. It's true. Say body game. Hey. Unleash the energy. Get the vibe where you like. Yeah. Come on and drink from me. 6-run celebration. Let's go. Welcome to the lights and tempo. Bring one low, we all take a toast. Drink something everybody knows. Show me a level race. It's high. Catch the game, don't sun to skies. The way we play our name in lights. We are the greatest of all time. Caribbean, we love Caribbean. Caribbean, we love Caribbean.
Drink responsibly.
CarMax has great prices on quality pre-owned vehicles at their one-day blowout sale. Dinbay panel vans, 89,000. Mitsubishi Lancer from as low as 109,000, and the ASX from 149,000. The Fuso 4.9 truck is now 254,000. Call to book a viewing. Looking for affordable luxury? CarMax has it. Check out the Land Rover Discovery Sport, just 299,000. Plus, view the all-electric Mustang Mach-E and book your test drive. The CarMax one-day blowout sale is on Saturday, September 9th from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. at 25 Royal Road, San Fernando. Look out for more CarMax discounts of $50,000 on select models. Call 285-2277 for more details.
I am going to the annual back to school sale at NXS. Let me tell you something, everybody. It's high quality, authentic back to school sneakers in full stock. And when we say high quality and authentic, we mean real Stan Smith Puma with lacing and Velcro strap for kids. They have K-Swiss and the latest 2023 real spray ground bags. Not no fake spray ground, the real spray ground. Top quality thing. Free stationery to kick off the new school year in style.
Ooh, nice thing, boy.
And always remember, knowledge is power and education is freedom, my friend. Don't forget that. So we head into NXS for everything for back to school. Every single thing authentic. Come on.
Hi, buddy, what are you working on? You go bring back a little sneakers to me. I mean, bring sneakers. But price that miles with you, you know.
NXS above the rest.
Gary B on the eye. 95.5 FM.
Do you respect me? Do you respect me? Rain down, no carry down. I won, away one. Do you still love me? Do you still love me?
Right there now, right now, right there now, right now. I love the way I am. You understand? I'm stepping it hotter this year. I'm stepping it hotter this year. I'm stepping it hotter this year. So don't you fight it. Don't you fight. I'm stepping it hotter this year. I'm stepping it hotter this year. Don't you like it? Don't you like it? I'm stepping it hotter this year. I'm stepping it hotter this year. So don't you fight it. Don't you fight it. Don't listen. Try miss. Who miss must get evicted. Do you understand me? Do you understand? Respect. Don't take a set. My set. Bust your bed. Do you still love me? Do you still love me? Oh, 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 oh. My selector. I send my selector. Okay. Oh, 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 oh. My selector. I send my selector. Oh, yeah. Operator, you fi turn on the E. My selector, turn on the E. Play rubber dubber, me say turn on the E. You play, don't play, just say turn on the E. Say operator, me say turn on the E. My selector, turn on the E. Oh, star, let go the rhythm, make it go. Oh, my selector, me say oh, star, let go the rhythm, make it go. My selector, oh, star, let go the rhythm, make it go. My selector, me say oh, star, let go the rhythm, make it go. My selector, I want to know how the dance it's so nice. Want to know how the dance it's so rum. Want to know how the dance it's so sweet. Want to know how the dance it's so jump. Say operator, it ma turn on the E. My selector, I turn on the E. Say operator, it ma turn on the E. And they cut on him a turn on the heat. I want to know all the girl them so trash. Want to know all the girl them so nice. Want to know all the dread them trash. And this is on it and the people's choice. Operator him a turn on the heat. My selector a turn on the heat. Say operator him a turn on the heat. My selector a turn on the heat. Yes, God. Let go the music make it play. My selector. She say, oh, star. Let go the music make it play. Say operator. It's a 3 furlong, me say turn on the heat. 5 furlong, me say turn on the heat. 7 furlong, me say turn on the heat. Want you to know these are those well cheap. Choo, choo, choo. 95% black and 5% white in jails. 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 No, you'd better want you to change your intention. Whoa. No, you'd better want you to change your intention. Whoa. No, you'd better want you to change your intention. Whoa. And try to set up a production. Yeah. No, you'd better want you to change your intention. Whoa. And try to set up a production. Yeah. No, open your eyes to reality. Whoa. And try to remember the days of slavery. 95% black and 5% white. 95% black and 5% white in jail. Hey, oh, land of 1,000 dances. Hear me now. Oh, land of 1,000 dances. Come on. Hey, oh, land of 1,000 dances. Hear me now. Oh, land of 1,000 dances. Hear me now. Oh, land of 1,000 dances. Come on. Oh, land of 1,000 dances. Hear me now. Oh, land of 1,000 dances. Come on. Turn the music up. Turn the music up a little. Turn the music up a little louder. Oh, hey. Turn the music up a little louder. Oh, hey. But don't you wake up the people in your neighborhood. Come on. Turn the
also perform well credibly for TNT at the World Swim Meetings 50-meter breaststroke. So that's there for our young swimmer. He's only 18 years old and doing fantastic work in the pool. And we look to see more with job blessings. I also saw, give me a minute because a lot of things I have to scroll through. I also saw where, hi, come here, hi, Diane, hi, Merle. Yeah, and I want to shout out my Papa Lady and Lawrence on Charlotte Street. Any kind of pepper you want, Papa, she got it. And he did too, so she hot, so he must be hotter. But Lawrence, my darling, and my Papa Lady, and my Hat Lady, all on Charlotte Street. Remember to go at Caps Galore.
Today we are at Napa and we have just concluded the orientation of over 400 young people in Trinidad and Tobago between the ages of 18 to 35 who would have just been enrolled into 3 major programs under the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service. We had today 200 young people joining the YAP program. That program is a program where they are going to receive 2 years training full time. They are going to receive $3,000 stipend every month for the next 2 years. In addition to when they have finished that program, these young people will access a $20,000 grant that they don't have to pay back, in addition to a starter house, land with the machinery to plant it, with the expertise to plant it, and they are going to go out into the future and ensure our food security. In addition to that, we also had 100 young persons, again between the ages of 18 and 35, in Trinidad and Tobago, who would have joined the Shade House project as well as the Youth Aquaculture program. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is 400 of our young people who immediately from this month here is going to enroll in our youth agricultural programs, and they are going to receive a stipend of approximately $3,000 every month while they train and learn and grow Trinidad and Tobago and ensure food security. So we are very, very proud of the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, very, very proud of the Minister of Youth Development and National Service, Honorable Pastor Cummins, under of course Dr. the Honorable Chief Christopher Rowe, who have invested heavily in our young people by creating our first ever youth ministry led by Minister Cummins, who have been delivering to the young people of Trinidad and Tobago program after program. So today, 400 young people across the board in Trinidad and Tobago who are benefiting from the services of the government, and we are grateful that they are taking full advantage. Kudos to the my DNS. If not youth, then who?
So people, that is the new entrant into the homestead program. And you heard it there, that was the voice of our own attorney, Kareem Marcel, from the Beaton Gardens, who, when he would have passed the bar, and his family and friends and members of the community of Beaton went down. They got permission, of course. They went down to the Hall of Justice. They had a steel pan, they had a flag and everything to cheer him on as he came out those doors. And it was ridiculed by one Inshal Ishmael in saying, what are they celebrating? Because in their communities, there must have plenty doctors and lawyers. So just one lawyer alone from Beaton, and what they celebrating. Not understanding that we celebrate everything because the odds are against us so much that when we get our successes, we have to celebrate. So he was just there telling you about the homestead program. You hear, so training for 2 years, a stipend $3,000 while you're learning. So you're not just going to class and don't have anything, because some people may have their children, they may have their homes, they may be paying rent, they may have their wife and all that, because 18 to 35, I think it is. So you're getting a stipend of $3,000 while you learn. Once you finish, you get an acre of land, you get a starter home. What more could you want? And if you're not interested in that, they have this shared program. There's another program of people. Please go onto the Ministry of Youth Development and National Services website and see all the programs that they have. Yeah. So that's good news there again. Also, in our country's effort for energy security, we have Minister Young, who is the Minister of Energy, coming out of the office of the Prime Minister, is doing fantastic work with regards to making sure that Trinidad and Tobago, along with the Prime Minister, of course, because the Prime Minister heads these meetings sometimes, but Minister Young is there driving it on to make sure that we have energy security in Trinidad and Tobago. So it says here, this is 23 hours ago in Newsday, new Shell VP meets with Energy Minister. Shell's TT newly appointed Senior Vice President and Country Chair, Adam Longmas, paid a courtesy call on Energy Minister Stuart Young on Thursday. Eugene Opero, the former Senior VP and Country Chair, introduced Lomas to Young at the Ministry of the International Water, at the Ministry at the International Waterfront Complex, Port of Spain. A media release from the ministry said Lomas has expertise in mergers, acquisitions, divestments, strategy development, business transformation, and capital project. Young thanked Oper for the excellent relationship forged between Shell and the government thus far, and he says he looks forward to continuously working with Shell as a major stakeholder within Trinidad and Tobago energy sector. He reminded the company that Trinidad and Tobago remains an attractive location for investment and trade. So that is Shell, and Shell seems to be doing a lot of stuff in this country. We always asking for corporate citizens and corporate businesses and all that to get involved in Trinidad and Tobago, not only at the level of business, but also in terms of community work and things of that to that effect. Let me see if I can get this open. All right. So I don't know what's happening with this one. I'm also seeing that Shell would have invested in the Dragon deal. Let me see if I can get it straight from the source, because this thing not opening. Yeah. Okay. Give me a minute. Let me see if I get it here, because this one not opening. Right, so this was Reuters 3 days ago, and it says here that it's exclusive. Shell Trinidad weighs Venezuela's natural gas investment demand. Is a story by Curtis Williams and Mariana Paraga, Paraga, 3 days ago, and it says here, Houston, September the 5th, the Reuters. Shell and Trinidad and Tobago's national gas company, NGC, are close to agreeing to credit Venezuela's state-run oil firm for its $1 billion investment in a gas field the three wants to jointly develop. 4 people close to the discussion said. If agreed, the move could help speed a long-stalled offshore development. The U.S. in January granted Venezuela's PDVSA, Shell, and NGC a 2-year authorization to revive the project, which could boost Trinidad and Tobago's gas processing export. Negotiations between the trio initially had progressed little over a U.S. demand that the proposed Dragon gas project excludes cash payments to Venezuela or its state companies. That remains a hurdle, though Trinidad has asked the Biden administration to reconsider. Much of the $1 billion that Venezuela wants, recognized as its contribution, belongs to a nearly completed gas line connecting the offshore field to Venezuela's shore. 2 of the people said. The field is in Venezuela's water, and past efforts to find partners for its development stumbled over PDVSA demands for compensation. Shell and NGC have not given final word to PDVSA on the reimbursement, but are prepared to pay for all legitimate claims, one of the sources said. I didn't look for the meaning of this. Is the acronym PDVSA. In 2013, finished testing gas output at Dragon, whose reserves is estimated at 4.2 trillion cubic feet. But the field has never been commercially active due to Venezuela's lack of capital and, more recently, U.S. sanctions. Shell and NGC confirmed the parties are holding negotiations but declined to elaborate. Discussions on the Dragon project involving the government of Venezuela and Trinidad and Tobago and Shell are ongoing and commercially confidential, Shell told Reuters. Trinidad's Energy Minister Stuart Young met with Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro last week, the Venezuelan government said on social media. PDVSA Venezuela Oil Ministry and Trinidad's Energy Ministry did not reply to requests for comments. The U.S. Treasury Department declined to comment. A U.S. State Department spokesperson said its overall Venezuela sanction policy, it remains in place to limit revenue flows to Maduro with the goal of encouraging a return to democracy in Venezuela. Trinidad Prime Minister Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, I put his whole name, in January suggested that it could pay for the gas in humanitarian goods, including food and medicine. Venezuela, however, has insisted it will not accept any deal exclusively based on barter, the sources said. PDVSA said that they want part of the payment for the gas in cash and the other part in kind, the source said. In May, Trinidad government asked U.S. officials to amend some license terms related to Dragon's expected proceeds. But Washington has remained reluctant to consider any license change until there is further progress in negotiations, another person said. Well, there's one person to the next. Under the terms agreed to date, Shell will become field operator with NGC and PDVSA holding equity shares. PDVSA, which holds a license issued by Venezuela for Development, will bring in Shell and NGC as partners under that authorization. The parties are considering two separate gas lines, a line now partially built to transport PDVSA options, PDVSA portion of gas to Goria on Venezuela eastern coast. A second could connect to Shell's Hibiscus field on Trinidad's side, allowing gas to flow to Trinidad, people said. Venezuela also suggested that all the gas pass through Goria so that only an additional short pipeline will be needed to link Goria to Point 14, home of Trinidad liquefied natural gas export plant. That option will allow PDVSA to transport and process the gas on Venezuela shore, keeping what is needed to supply domestic market and exporting gas liquids that could be produced in future projects. However, the other parties have not preferred that option, the people said. Listen, this is interesting. I had to take some water, Lord. That is intricate work and diplomacy and all that. This one said that one said this one want this one said no, they want that and said this. I asking people, are they willing to allow a Kamla Persad government to come in to take over that negotiation? It ain't gonna go nowhere. This is delicate work, and this government is update, and they have reached so far in the negotiations, and it will continue. That will spell revenues for this country, along with all the other work that the Ministry of Energy is doing under Minister Stuart Young. So I get tired of reading what he said and he shared, and he didn't want and she won't and whatever. So I continue. A little more good news before I get into the real Tilly and real Bacchanal. So this is a young person here speaking about our independence.
But wait, Trinidad and Tobago only now turning 61? That really young for a country, but Haiti already over 2 centuries old. America done mash up about 247 almanac. But it's really only have about 1.2 million people. And we constantly punching above we weight class. You see me? Let me go and find 61 achievements that Trinidad and Tobago has been able to make since independence on August 31st, 1962. And I'm telling you now, it's going to include natural things. So that was here before we start running the country. In no particular order, let's begin. You know that Trinidad and Tobago was the second least populated country to ever qualify for the final stages of the World Cup. And Hazel Crawford won our first gold medal in 1976. First ever Black Miss Universe, well, that was Miss Janelle Penny Commission. She won in 1977. And then just so in 1998, we can tell you another Black Miss Universe, Wendy Fitzwilliam. It's no secret that Trinidad and Tobago created calypso music. And that music is what helped Harry Belafonte sell 1 million copies of his album. He was the first person to ever do so. And of course, the name of the album was Calypso. The world's largest pitch lake can only be found in Labre in Trinidad and Tobago. This young lady is Shamika Campbell. And you know, Guinness World Book of Records have 3 categories for limbo, and Shamika hold all 3 of them already. Now, I surely hear the phrase Black Power already. The man who coined it was none other than Trinbago-born Stokely Carmichael, or Kwame Ture, as he was known. He was also the honorary prime minister of the Black Panther Party, and it's he who popularized the term Black Power. The Tobago Main Ridge Forest Reserve is on record as the oldest legally protected rainforest, geared specifically towards a conservation purpose. And the only acoustic instrument created in the 20th century, you guessed it, made in Trinidad and Tobago. On August 1st, 1985, Trinidad and Tobago became the first country in the world to commemorate the abolition of slavery with Emancipation Day. This is Larry Constantine, and you need to get into his deeds. Not only was he the first West Indian to take a wicket in a test match, he was the first person ever to take 5 wickets in an inning. And when he was done with cricket, he became an attorney, a journalist, and a politician. Speaking of cricket, let me get into Brian Charles Larana. He holds the highest individual score in a test innings. And Mr. Kenneth Charles, he's the Guinness World Book Record holder for the oldest professional powerboat racer. And that is at the young age of 76. You know about Tony Award-winning Jeffrey Holder, who was in the original Annie and the original Dr. No, Herbert Fauntleroy Julian was a fella that people used to find used to have a lot of big chat. But he could have back it up there. And he really did a lot to move black aviation forward. He was the first black parachutist and the first black man to fly across America. And yes, he's from Trinidad and Tobago too. Now you see Kellyston Drain right off a little Tobago there? That is where you're going to find the world's largest brain coral. Another history maker here, youngest person to ever win javelin gold medal at the Olympics, Keshawn Walcott.
So that is some natural history and things that we should be proud of as people from Trinidad and Tobago, a young independent state that so much people, some of them that so want to bad talk and find we should be here, there, and everywhere. But we continue to make strides. Just recently, in Tobago, Ballin, they go dead. I put it my way. Food run out. Food shortage. Food crisis. All kind of thing. The chef ain't had no food. Oh, God, the grocery empty, all that. I hear people call on the radio and say they went the largest grocery in Tobago and it's full and stock up of food. Now, told me that since the cargo Star, I think that's the name of it, has been done because of some fire and they're working on it. There hasn't been a lot, although there have been other things put in place so that boat could go up to carry food and stuff. It can't carry the quantity of things the Cargo Star could have carried. So it had created a little problem. And I thought the chief monster across, they would have dealt with it. I didn't know his business people had to come out and talk that and certain thing, and they frighten and people. Anyhow, Venezuela have loaned or would have, loaned a vessel so that it could ease up the situation with Tobago until the Cargo Star is fully repaired, whatever was done to it. So they should see some more relief in Tobago. They got the Veni at the end of the day. I'm also seeing, you know, let's talk about the US dollar. Because the US dollar is it. We just call it Forex. And how to get Forex and YFX and all the X's. Well, here this one. Well, remember last time I talked about BRICS, right? That is a group of countries who come in together to form a bloc to have their own currency and all that. I think it's Brazil, Russia. I think I is for India, C is for China. Can't remember S for what some other country would have joined them. And this is news coming out of them. Watch your guru. It says here, the US dollar share in global reserve fell below 60% for the first time in decades, according to a new report. While the US dollar is experiencing a dip, other currencies like the euro, pound, yen are seeing a rise. The development is being observed as a growing number of countries begin to settle trade in their national currency. The de-dollarization process gained steam after BRICS initiated the idea of ending reliance on the US dollar. BRICS is aiming to dethrone the US dollar from its global reserve status and replace it with other local currencies. The White House pressing sanctions on developing countries and bringing down their economies are the root cause of BRICS to end dependency on the US dollar. Not me who say, that would them say. The US dollar reserves stood at 72% in 2002 and have been declining steadily in the last 2 decades. In 2023, the shares of the US dollar in global reserves has fallen to 59%. Therefore, in 21 years, the greenback has dipped by 13% in the global markets, while other currencies are briefly rising. The Chinese yuan rose 3% in the same period and could spike further as other countries are settling trade in their currency. People, we gotta keep the eye on them thing, eh? We ain't living in a bubble, so we have to be okra what's happening all over there. And you know, we talk the thing, I just try to touch on every little thing, not just the Bacchanal, Trinidad, and Tobago, right? So, earlier, I want to know who running this country. I want to know if it's the government. I want to know if it's the police. I want to know if it's the army. I want to know if it's doctors. I want to know if it's calypsonians. I want to know if it's judges. I want to know who running this country. Because I'm seeing in the news here, and I don't know how recent this news is here, but it's saying here, I don't know what's happening with this, it says, High Court judge has ordered the police service to return 20 firearms and a large quantity of ammunition that was seized by police officers from a licensed firearm dealer late last year. Justice Ravindra Ramprasad made the order on, we think only jumping up on an order on Monday as he upheld an injunction application from businessman Taufik Ali and his company Firearms Training Institute Limited. Guardian Media understands that the injunction application stemmed from a judicial review lawsuit filed by Ali and the company over the TTP's ability under the Firearms Act to conduct an audit during which Ali's personal firearm and ammunition was seized. According to the evidence in the case, on October 8th last year, a group of police officers visited Ali's business and informed him that they were there to conduct an audit. Although Ali pointed out that Section 26 of the legislation allows police officers to check the business stocks and register, he still complied with the officer. Although Ali pointed out that Section 26 of the legislation allows police officers to check the business stocks and register, he still complied with the officer's request for the import permits for firearm purchase by Ali and the company. Captain Marshall then stated that it was the same as Captain Marshall then stated that if the same was not provided, she would deal with the matter in another way, and that the representatives of the intended claimants knew the said way, which was a veiled threat of arrest, attorney Anand Ramprasad said. Okay. Ananda Ramprasad claimed that after the officers did not complete their search that evening, they said that they would return the following Monday. She claimed that Assistant Superintendent ASP Wayne Brown told her client that police officers would be stationed at the building until the search was completed and they would not be allowed to access the building. The officers also seized the firearm ammunition records. While Ananda Rampasad admitted that Ali and his employees were allowed limited access when the investigating officers returned after the weekend, she claimed that the officers remained stationed at the building until October 27 and impeded their work. This meant that on every day during the said period, FTI personnel would arrive at the compound and be required to wait in their vehicles until the arrival of investigating officers, Rampasad said. The intended claimants will contend that the intended defendants unlawfully usurped control of their premises by their occupation and control, in particular the control of access of same, she added. The lawyer claimed that in late October, the officers executed search warrants under Section 6 of the legislation at the business and at Ali's home. Lord Father, she questioned the ability of the officers to utilize this segment of the legislation, as she pointed out that Ali had never been charged with an indictable offense. Accordingly, it was not accepted there were or could be any reasonable ground for believing that an offense contrary to that section had been committed for the purposes of either obtaining the warrant referred therein, and in any event, for the continued retention of the documents, items, and devices seized pursuant thereto. Rampasad said. In deciding on the injunction application, Justice Rampasad also granted leave for Ali and the company to pursue their substantive lawsuit over the audit. Gardemida understands that the firearms and ammunition were returned by the deadline set by Justice Rampasad. I just want to answer a question, right? There are only certain names that just a couple of judges that only keep coming up all the time, right? Mainly we'll hear Justice Frank C. Prasad, Justice Javindra, Justice or Judge Gobin. I want to ask something. You don't have no other judges at all in this country. I just asking it. Because I was looking at something, it has a list of judges and masters. The Court of Appeal has 16 justices. Alan Mendonca, Alice York Suhoon, all these are justices and found the name honorable. Nolan Barrow, Gregory Smith, Prakash Mosai, Mark Mohammed, Peter Rajkumar, Charmaine Pemberton, Jordan Lucky, Maria Dina Moore, Vashish Kukaran, Malcolm Holdip, Maria Wilson, Ronnie Budu Singh, James Abood. All these are the honorable justices in front of the name. When you look at the High Court, it has 44 honorable justices in front of the name. Joseph Stam, Carol Gobin, Joan Charles, Devon Rampasad, Gregory Henderson, Carol Brown Antoine, Devendra Rampasad, Robin Mohammed, Alison Ramrika Singh, Hayden St. Claire Douglas, Ricky Rahim, David Harris, Betsy Ann Lambert, Peterson, Francie Prasad, Sandra Paul, Norton Jack, Alita Alex Winson, Nadia Kangalu, Margaret Mohammed, Eleanor Davison Honeywell, Kevin Rambachan, Avian Quinlan Williams, Jacqueline Wilson King, Katian Waterman, Lachu, Lisa Ramsma Hines, Gail Gonzalez, Sharon Gibson, Nalini Singh, George Busby, J. Rodriguez, Mauricia Joseph, Julian Scotland, Shireen Maury Bailey, Narala Bansi Sokai, Corinne Reed, Helicon York Young, Trisha Hudlin Cooper, Linda Khan, Delisa Noel Christopher, Aiden Strode, Christopher Strutlan O'Hana, Westland James, Marissa Robinson, Josephina Baptiste Mohammed, all of them again have honorable justice, like 44 of them. Why in the High Courts, every time we have to hear a cause, I ask a question, every time we have to hear about a case, in the High Court, is either Justice Gobin, Justice Francis Prasad, or Justice Ravindra Ramprasad. I don't get it. I don't get it. And it usually don't end well. I don't get it. I don't get it. 44 judges in the High Court. Yeah? And masters of High Court, you have 20, so it have enough spread over. Why is only 3 judges name it as only here over and over and over? Just asking a question. So Justice Ramprasad, let me get his name proper, Devendra Ramprasad would have ordered that the police give back this gun dealer, all the guns. Okay. So I saw the Minister of Public Utilities would have, okay, will have put out some type of media release. I hope I can see properly because these things fine as hell. So it says here, Sunday, September the 3rd, 2023, it's on government stationery, Government of Trinidad and Tobago, Minister of Public Utilities, for immediate release, Public Utility Minister responds to disruption at the Salcott plant. The Minister of Public Utilities, the Honorable Marvin Gonzalez MP, has with grave concern, has taken note of a series of disruptions over the past 2 weeks at the currently water treatment plant and now the Point Lisa's desalination plant, which impeded WASA's ability to provide its scheduled water supply to many of its customers in North, Central, and South Trinidad. The latest disruption at the Salcott plant over this weekend has reversed all progress made by WASA over the past days to recover from the fallout caused by the disruption at the currently water treatment plant last week. Coincident or I don't know. The Minister of Public Utilities has been advised that currently the Salcott plant is out of operation and every effort is being made by the management of the Salcott to return the plant back to full operation. Both WASA and the Salcott will host a joint press conference on the matter later today to keep the public fully appraised. In light of the above situation, the Honorable Minister of Public Utilities has given a policy directive to WASA that with immediate effect, customers in the impacted area should be given unconditional access to a free truck-borne supply of water regardless of their financial standing with the authority. Until Point Lisa's Salcott plant is back into full operation and WASA has returned scheduled supply to the affected communities. Additionally, all available resources, including water tankers, are being mobilized to assist impacted customers. The Minister of Public Utilities is also closely collaborating with the Honorable Minister of Education to ensure that all schools in the affected areas have access to a supply of water in time for the reopening of the new school term tomorrow. That would have been Monday. Other critical public institutions will be prioritized to ensure a continuous supply of water to mitigate against possible disruption to public services in the impacted areas. I want to ask, this is me asking, is this calculated to have people so affected by water, also crime, that the talk is the government can't protect me from crying and we can't get water, we have water, we bathe for days, we bathe for days. It was the roads. And the roads, yes, were in a reprobable condition. The Prime Minister would have explained why it happened like that because of the 2 years or almost 3 years of the COVID-19, the country shut down, all over the world shut down. Money had to be focused on saving lives, not roads. Now we have passed that, roads are being pitched, highway finished, road pitching here, paving here, pitching here, paving here, all over the place. And we see that happening. Now, we are seeing no tire burning for road again because road works are happening. Everybody can see it. Now we have this water situation. And we have the crime situation. And I'm asking, I'm just asking, I'm casting no aspersion. Is this a calculated move? Because I want to bring back all your memory to something. Let me bring all your memory back to something here quickly. If you remember this company. Let me see if it will open up. Welcome to Hafiz Karamat Limited. Hafiz Karamat Limited, HKL, successor of Hafiz Karamat Construction Limited, HKCL, is locally owned and a registered company headquartered in San Juan, Trinidad, West Indies. HKL is established in the year 2000. However, its predecessor, HKCL, was established over 25 years ago. During the years, Hafiz Karamat Limited has grown and developed from a large-scale structural steel fabrication and erection firm to an entity that has various interests along the construction value chain, augmenting a comprehensive range of professional services. Today, HKL has become one of the Caribbean's most successful construction companies, evident from its historical and ongoing portfolio of projects delivered through the region. It will be remiss of us not to mention the person who made HKL a reality, Mr. Hafiz Karamat. The passing of Mr. Karamat on November 2nd, 2009 has been a great loss to the business community of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Karamat is a firm believer in hard work, his innovative thinking and determination in HK group of companies, a benchmark in their respective sectors. His foresight led to the creation of the Desalination Company of Trinidad and Tobago, the largest operating desalination facility in the Western Hemisphere. Desalcut produces and supplies a minimum of 24 million gallons of water per day and provides over 100 locally sourced jobs. I'm going to leave it there. Remember the name. Mr. Hafiz Karamat, God rest his soul. His foresight led to the creation of the Desalination Company of Trinidad and Tobago. I want to ask something. Is it the same people who were in a partnership, a joint partnership with an American company, the Scott, to supply water to the industrial area across the Caroni Bridge? And then the rest of that water what they're using, because it's running a line from in the sea, taking the salt water, that water will use in the industrial park, and then the rest is, you know, the rest with the water, for it to be drinkable and then given to Wassa. So the rest of the water was to go to Wassa Reservoir. I'm asking, is it that same company that in 2012 got a loan from FCB for Citizen Bank and bought all the shares of the American company for US $52 million? I'm asking, is it the same Karamat family that come back to Trinidad and got an asking question, Kamla to agree to a contract to supply 40 million gallons of water with a contract take or pay for 25 years. And that contract will end in 2036. Is it that same Karamat, the company where Kamla on the eve of the 2015 election went and changed the contract. It was that one, or that was OS? Because there's so much contract, so I think that was OS. So let me leave that part out. But everything else I say, asking questions. So I'm asking it over again, so we ain't gonna get confused. Is it that company, Carmat, that was in partnership with an American company, and they formed that Disalcat, and that was to supply water again asking to the industrial area across road, and the rest of water to Wassa Reserve. But in 2012, the Carmat and them get a loan from First Citizen Bank in 2012 and bought all the American people for 52 million US. And that family in Trinidad agreed again, I say, with Cameron and the PP government to supply 40 million gallons of water with a contract, take it or pay for 25 years until 2036. I want to ask, is that the same company who had this contract or take or pay that this government had to find every month $15 million TT dollars to pay them because the contract is take it or pay? That coming up to 600 million a year. And that going till 2026, eh? For that 25 years that they get the contract for take or pay, it costing we taxpayers 15 billion TT. No. And they want the money paid in US. Because they say the equipment that they buy and the suppliers want US. I asked him. I understand, and the Minister of Public Utilities could probably give me an answer on this or anybody in Wassa. That Wassa is supposed to supply 194 million gallons of water per day. So, if Carmat is the same company that have a deal, take it. You take it, you still have to pay. You take it, you still have to pay. And every month, or let her come up with 50 million TT to give me. And if all they come up with the money, it is alleged, or they have to pay the full amount for the 25 years. So, this government is stuck into a contract. Or they check out this thing going there, water. And now talk about water. I just asking question. I just talk about water. And how we getting problems for water. Desalination water. Water is a problem. But a company is supposed to supply 40 million gallons of water. Are they supplying the 40 million gallons of water? All this was under Kiamla, the one who was called the mother. That's why I ask a question. Is this some coordinated thing? I don't know. Only remember, Mamu, who they say had no experience in building wastewater treatment plant, start one in Beaton. Get how much? Millions of dollars, 40% finish and fly and go in Panama. It's still there. The birds, the bees, the water, the swamp, everything is there. Another. I'm saying it because they say racial, so okay. When they talk the truth, racial, they wanted to whisper it and don't say this, say this. I'm saying it. Another Indian person, businessman. Here we have another Indian company business people. I have no problem with them being in business. Anybody being in business. But I asked him, are they producing the 40 million gallons of water? Because every month this government had to pay them 50 million. Because the contract is you pay. Or if my contract is until 2036. You take whatever I give you. If I give you 1 gallon, 2 gallon, if you ain't take it, you don't want it, I will take and pay, say, you got to pay me 50 million every month. But I'm talking about that. Don't you want to tell me about Rowley and Rowley? When Dr. Rowley do whatever wrong and whatever is wrong, whatever you go say it wrong. You see, right now, you can't find nothing wrong with Dr. Chris Rowley when you're seeing these kind of things. This is not selling out the whole country. This is not selling out the whole country. 25% of that water, it is alleged, I asked him, that Karma, I don't know if it's the same company. That water they're doing is to go south. 25%. So the next 75% is in this area here. So if you have any problem across here, see, we on Shit Street. And then on top of that, this plan breaking down, that plan breaking down, this plan breaking down. But I want to ask if it's the same company that I now read about here. They like to tell us that African people don't do not do their money. I hear talk was talking and people thinking, well, you know, at least the Indian people, I hear talk, I didn't say that what the rest do. And the TV money ever what happened, they make business and they do business in it and they turn over and they do business and they are wealth now. So you ain't studying how they start off. It's the same thing when you read documentation. It said Dolce, the biggest drug lord in this country. He put plenty of them into business. But that's nothing because the business successful. Don't study where the money comes from. So you want African people. Don't study how they get the money. But make sure when they get the money, they make business and they do something with it. We're not wired like that, you know. So all of them start to give me this stupid talk. But we in business that are stiff, you know, once we get something. You see that? That leading a country down a path that will have no return. The reason why a lot of African people ain't have is because the ties always turn against us. And we're doing the best we could. There are some who naturally worthless. There are some who naturally ain't do nothing. I know somebody was telling me about a family living in a residential area. Father walking on the port. You know them days you're walking on the port, you're large. Big position on the port, large. Living in a nice house, everything nice. And when they come here, the show thing, mash up, thing, is renting. Not a house. That's a move from where they was living. Who you go blame for that? The government? Or the PNM government? That you ain't put your money to work? All the men and them who is to work on the port, if 100 of them work on the port, must be about 25 of them must do something with the money that they trying have wealth up to this day. The rest of them, money, song, dance, gold chain, afro, this, that, car, Mazda, like themselves. Who you go blame for that? The government? So you're going to castigate a whole community, the African community, by them? And don't look at the successes that we have, the Curry Master and others. Lanya Products is a black man or African man. The largest grocery in Tobago is African man. Mount Irving Golf Course, something is African man. And I could continue show me. The Herbarium, African woman, York's Industry, and I could go on and on and on. Alicia Palace, Alicia Franchise, all of them, African family. I could go on and on, but we don't focus on that. You're focusing on the few who doing stupidness and saying, we don't put money to thing and paying them and help black people. What about black people helping themselves sometimes? So I come right back to this. So don't tell me no stupidness, but the Indian family is all right if they're thief. You know, I didn't say these people thief, I just talking in general. But they do something with it because they think for generational wealth. How you could be happy when you start out thieving or drugs thing where people's lives has been destroyed by cocaine and whatever that you're selling. And your money come now, you make that money, and your family make money. So it's like you wash the money there and family bill and that. It will always have turn up thing in them family. Always, because that spirit on that. They have bad vibes on that. You didn't do it the right way. So let's tell no African people, some of them African who want to talk to justify to say PNM don't go African people nothing. Or African people don't have nothing. Justify it with, well, at least, well, them the thief, but they do something with it. No, we don't want the thief to get nothing. And we just work hard. But sometimes it is stuck against us. You go to the bank. I had an experience. I went to the bank. I went to Republic Bank. I could call because that's the bank I am. I was studying at UE, exams coming up. And my laptop crashed. And I didn't want to be going and sit down in no internet cafe to do no work. I want to do my thing at peace at home. And all I wanted is a $5,000 to borrow, to buy a laptop. I didn't have the money at the time. I went to the bank. And I went to a loans officer. And I called him the ethnicity. Who want to say what are the business of Indian descent. When she saw me, she said, oh, Mr. Patrick, you come. It was around Christmas time because it was exams for Christmas time. Oh, Mr. Patrick, come, how can I help you? So I came to get a loan. Before I could finish, she said, oh, you can shop for Christmas. No, let me look. I say you can get $20,000. No, you can shop and thing. The mistake I make is I say, I don't want to shop, you know. I say, listen, I just want a laptop. I have exams. I just want $5,000. So I say, she looked back. Oh, I'm so sorry. She said, you know, you can't get anything. You know what I take from that? Me care what nobody say today. When there's money to shop and buy car, and all them kind of thing, you're getting the money. African people getting the money. When it's a do serious thing, you don't get it. I know my son of a friend went into the bank. She have all it takes to get the money, a piece of land. She wanted to purchase because she needs thing, whatever, and she wanted to bill on it. She don't want to be doing it from whomever. Have everything in her order, wherever it is. That tells you why she didn't buy a car. The car cost her more than the money for the land she was asking for. You know what I'm telling you? So those are the things sometimes let's keep African people down. It don't be always that no worthless or anything. While on the other hand, we know for a fact that don't be the story with people of Indian descent. They just get through. All you know that as a fact. So when I talk my talk here, and people want to cut little pieces of it, and modify it and put it in them way and then say that I am a racist and I causing race in Trinidad and I causing Indian people every day. All they go ahead, it have a God above. That's what I always tell people. It have a God. It has something called justice. It has something called karma. Anybody who watch my lives will know. I just stop playing. And if we have a situation where we feel in this country that we are being disenfranchised, or we are being victimized or discriminated against, and it is mostly coming from some in the Indian community, why we can't call it out? We mustn't call nobody name. If I want a radio station, I hear you can't say Indian, you can't call Kamla name, you can't call them, you can't, I don't know where you're supposed to talk when you call in that radio. But when others call in on the same radio, they could call we this, they could call African people all kind of name, all kind of thing. And the host and them like that. They like that. But don't talk about Indian people. So, I'm saying again, we have plenty of issues in this country. Of course we do. It is not as bad. Look at this fellow who does make all the parody and joke and thing. I think Cuban boy, whatever. All the thing he making, whatever it is, I see put up a picture with his little daughter, she in school. If he is so hard and so bad, why your child going to school in Trinidad? I would not want my child go to school here. Where Rowley's a dictator and you're suffering. I would not want to know why you want your child go to school here. But we continue to take train up. And we continue to want to cuss people like me and others who talking out, as if we talking race, we talking truth. I tell all you already, you don't study race, you know. I watch face and how you treat me. However, I have to love my community first. I have to love myself. In fact, I have to love my God first. I have to love myself and my community, because that's the only way I can help anybody else. If I'm going out there hurt people, and I'm not in that space, so I can talk freely on race and don't get no harass and walk out there. I'm normal with a person of another ethnic group. Help a person of another ethnic group, because the end is not personal. Facts is not personal. Facts is what it is. But we have to learn from it. We have to learn to be able to chew gum and speak at the same time. We have to be mature enough, and we have to be able to exercise emotional intelligence. Not because I talk here, so I go out and say I'm Indian person, I'm going to run. No. However, when they see me, they know when I stand proud in myself as an African person, and they treat me with that respect, and I treat them with respect too. Because they know what I talk, and they know foolishness, they know it's not nothing. So I go into ask again, all this water woos and woes and oh me, oh my, we having. Asking, is it a conspiracy? Asking. Because it have people getting money every month, 50 million, from what I see and reading, to produce millions of gallons of water. Where that water? All of a sudden, this breaking down, this line, thing in this line, and it affecting the east-west corridor. I don't understand that. When we see the cases coming out of the courts and the judgment we see in that looking kind of, is only one or two the same judge's name you hear. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a judge. I don't know. But I'm asking because as a person on the ground, you're watching it and it's looking a kind of way. Every time they come to talk, it's about African people poor and African people suffering and African. Really? And why the African people leave, or why the Indian people say they're suffering? And I was asked last time, why don't they leave? I am sure if you go and check the mass ban and close it on thing, some section don't sell out. I am sure that people don't start to shop for their Christmas clothes, you know, they put in away their clothes. I am sure you're going to courts, people don't start to buy out this set, that set, this set, that set. People don't planning for party where they wearing the this and whatever. I am all planning to go a little Christmas something and dinner and whatever. What is the big thing about? Only one Kamala and them to come back into office, really. To do what? They were there 2010 to 15. And they didn't do anything. More than the most corruption. One of the own said, he said his whole life he never see so much corruption, thieving money from the treasury like if they invented. He says so. They never come out and say he lied. I think what Jerry Hadid, if I'm mistaken, said he called it colleagues and then rats. Who does call rats? Who don't want to come back in this country? Kamala Pasalbi says, and who she have? Even if she not there, who it has? Even if Dr. Rowley not there, it still have a cadre of people. Penelope Beckers, Mrs. Camille Robinson Regis, Dr. Emery Brown, Foster Cummins, Brian Manning, Faisal Wari, Stuart Young, Diane Dolly Gatsby, and I'm going down. It has somebody because in the UNC, wait have Kamala, Munila, Jolene John, David Lee, Khadija Amin. Well, wait have. This is what Kamala said, and she moving. I playing it again. I hope it play.
The present leader has lost for our party. In 2001, lost. 2002, lost. 2003 local, lost. 2007, lost. And you want to talk about track record and trench? How are you going to go forward come next election if we keep the status quo and keep the present leader? What will happen? Lost again. They lost 4 times. The present leader has lost for our party. In 2001, lost.
Yes, yeah.
2002, lost. 2003 local, lost. 2007, lost. And you want to talk about track record and trench? How are you going to go forward come next election if we keep the status quo and keep the present leader? What will happen? Lost again. They'll...
I want to tell Nikki J. No, it's Nikki. Nikki J. Who it is? No, Nikki. Somebody say, I wonder if I read the right thing. Somebody says somebody. Oh, okay. I think I understand what she said. This is the camera who talking about who lost and who should go, right? She was talking Mr. Pandey. She called all the elections and them that he lost. And if he take them into government, they go lost again. And that's how she became the leader of the UNC. And then they come PP government. Here how much she lost. She lost in 2013 the St. Joseph by-election. She lost in 2013 the local election. She lost in 2015 the general election. She lost in 2016 the local election. She lost in 2019 the local election. She lost in 2020 the general election. But she's still the head of the UNC. That you all want to put back in this country, boy. Eh? Look at the things that happen now. Modi say we're in a better place. Standard & Poor's, those are rating agency, international rating agency, those rate countries bigger than we are. We're in a better place. We have a good credit rating, which means we can afford to borrow money with no problem. IMF give we a good rating. Right now, Minister Stuart Young is up and down the globe fighting to make sure that Trinidad and Tobago becomes energy secured and the rest of the Caribbean. World leaders all over and things are moving on a right pace. Roads are paving. We're seeing things happening. You see the Ministry of Youth Development, National Services, first time in history we have a Ministry of Youth Affairs. Before it used to be a department. I know because there's I was work. It used to be a department and the sports was the bigger ministry. And the youth just had a little department, a little office. They have a whole ministry now. Coming out of the homestead program, it just said career masters, so 400 entrants into it. And at the end of every month, you're getting a stipend, $3,000 while you're studying. When you finish successfully, you're getting a car and you're getting a starter house for you and your family. A starter house will be a 2-bedroom, toilet and bath, living room, kitchen. And $20,000 that you don't have to pay back, like to help you start up a little equipment and say, all they want you, what UNC was given, make your child and come and go get $500 to buy milk and Pampers. That all I was getting, and all they talking about Dr. Raleigh take with that. All I was getting, they was sit down up in Hilton Hotel, and they had the whole army, everybody there, the whole place secured on because like the afraid who come in, because it was beat up Nelson's, Silots and them went up there and put your hand on your lip, stand up, sit down on like $69 a day and some orange jumper. That is what they want. Against a piece of land, a starter house, $3,000 as a stipend, not a salary, you know. That all they go trade in, the paying them for, boy. All they go trade in, a prime minister, who every time you hear they say she drunk, she fall down, she vomit, she pee, they drag, she out here, she meeting people and she dust her, she 90, she can't talk, always advise, she tongue heavy, she can't pronounce the word, she always advise, take self for herself. Guys, what I want to bring back over Dr. Keith Christopher Raleigh just to say, you arrogant, what are you smiling and smiling up at all for? He's all a friend. It's the work he got to do for this country, and he's been doing it well since he came in 2015. And Jorala Rambaran, who was a junior member in the Ministry of Finance, they make he the central bank governor. He never deny it, to my knowledge. He tell Minister Stuart, what's his name? Come remember, take our money for 3 days. And this government bunks up after that COVID-19. And look how yes, people lost their lives. You could never equate that, they lost their life. However, Look where we at now, carnival outing, this, whatever it is. All they want to trade in that. For Kamala and the UNC. Yes, we had challenges with crime. We're not saying no, it is horrifying. But that could come down, you know, that something could come down with proper police. But we can't have a judiciary who not working, when you look at it here, in conjunction with all the other apparatus that deals with security. All of them have to work as one, but all over the trading, all that, it have to bring back Kamala, who could hardly walk, who every minute had to sit down, who was dragging coffin just recently. That all over to bring back in this country, boy. All the wicked, all the self and all the generation, boy. Let me see all who was here, yes? Pat Motley Richardson, Joel Anne-Marie Bullion, Alison Rogers Joseph, Charles Francis, Michelle Nicole Robinson, Donatille, Pamela Erica Judy Joseph, Mary, Cheryl Heather, Shelley Ann Richard Taylor, Augustus Cato, Marilyn Roxanne Jacqueline Joyce, Zander, Nikki Jade, Cheryl Judy Merle, Roslyn Norton Ogis, Leonard Tony Felix, Claire Carlos McCannell, Cheryl Hull, Judith Telemac, Camille Dean, Elise Keith, Trevor Bolly Dolly, Bolty, Lorna Ortega Manette, Pearl Edwards, Yvonne Richardson, Margaret, Sharon R. Williams, Lynette, Holly, Ann Isaac, Ethling, Yvette, Rosie, Katia, Raymond Felician, Helen Russell Haas, my old friend from Princess Town, the Museum of Antigua and Barbuda. Hello. Welcome. Garvin Robert Lewis. Again, I want to say, at the end of the day, you can say what you want about me. It's quite okay. I know me and I know what I'm saying and what I'm doing. And it is at the end of the day, whether you like the PNM or not, is in the interest of the country and betterment. And I don't see no other, this is my opinion, no other government now. With all the faults that the People's National Movement may have or may not have, I don't see any party other than PNM right now to take us forward. And when I look at where we were in 2015, and especially coming out of COVID-19 and where we are now, and when you look at the leadership of Dr. K. Christopher Rowley, he, you know, smile and friend and whatever. I could understand he, because me so when I ready, I rough when I talk and whatever, but inside, I was a nice softie. But I talk rough, and I could have attitude and already. But I know at the end of the way it is. You put aside all them things, he's the only person as a leader in this country right now could do what has to be done. Take the hard decision, take the blows straight, but make the hard decision in the interest of this country. He closed on Petrotrain, but that was just refining. They don't talk about Heritage and the trader subsidiary that was formed. They don't talk about Heritage making millions to pay back all Petrotrain debt right now that there was owing the government. They don't talk about that. Petrotrain was owing the taxpayers of this country millions and millions of dollars. And Heritage is formed. Heritage making back them millions and paying back the government every month. They don't talk about that. All about it. He did say he's not closing down Petrotrain. He just lie and he closed it down. Petrotrain was just refinery, then the whole thing. They don't talk about the other companies. But everything negative against Dr. Rowley just come out and talk. And some of you are African. Who said is African? Jump in the fray. They want Kamala back to do what? Kamala was not a good prime minister, or she come like them. You go by your auntie to spend a weekend and she allowing you to sleep whole day. You eat and you lie down whole day. You ain't do nothing. You eat whatever you want. You lie down on the bed. You eat crumbs all on the bed. You get up if you feel to bed, you bed. You feel to go online, you go online. You ain't do no homework. That is the kind of person that she is. Whereas Dr. Rowley, you go there, you have to keep her order. Make up your bed, say your prayers, go by the table, eat, brush your teeth, do your homework. What time you coming in? This time that is what it is, and sometimes you need that. Otherwise you'll go astray. Kamala is the person that will lead all the children astray. Dr. Rowley will put in an order, you go vex sometime, but when you're done, you know, you go say, thank God. My father and mother did firm, you know. Because, oh God, look at Betty. If I used to follow Papa, I would end up so 10 children. If I used to follow Paul, I would end up I'd be in jail if I used to study my mother. So my mother and them used to tell me, come inside, do your work. I used to vex in bag glad I do. That's how Dr. Raleigh is for people. You all have a blessed weekend. I'll see you all on Monday, God spare, when I come with something fresh, something new. I just want to tell you all again, keep your eye on the, stay focused, put on blinkers, stay focused. They're trying to distract us with all kind of talk. They're trying to distract us. And ask yourself why. In the UNC, EMBD, when you hear EMBD, who you think are not Dr. Ruda Mulilal? David Lee, where you think are not $1 million bail? Human trafficking. When you think about what Dr. Deva Maharaj said about the UNC, Kamala knowing about human trafficking and ain't doing nothing. When you think about anything wrong, corruption, lying, when you think about not somebody in UNC, eh? They want to tell me about Miss Marley McDonald. She's situation was under Mr. Manning. And it go with had to go on wherever it is under Dr. Raleigh, who what? They try to implicate MP Camille Robinson Wages, went to take out she own money, which she worked for because the woman is a lawyer, to see what she husband medical thing. They had the woman thing all over the place like she thief money. Mr. Fitzgerald Hines, the man had to bring all the documents to show he was borrowing money and building the house for much he has chip to build the house. He had to do all that. But Kamala Bill, the Pink Palace, and she come in, they say for years that seal wrong with galvanized or something. And as she come in into the thing, big palace bill, heliport on the roof. Mr. Manning bring the potato show what they do. They ain't pay him out of parliament privileges. MP Foster Cummins doing a little business, he borrow money from the credit union that he pay back all over. Gianti all over. Gianti, how your eye going, darling? All over. I hope you don't have to wear glasses. All over. Eh? Exclusive story, all kind of thing. And they want to talk about when black man don't have nothing. When black man have things that what has happened to black man, them as black people are called. They just drag them over where they get it. It is easier for some people in this country to believe an Indian man have a big house than an African man have a big house. Because you're going to ask the African man, where he get that, boy? Where he get that? All they play it, all they self, yes? I love all you. I love all you bad at the end of the day. We have to stay focused. You have to watch these scenes with this water thing. It is songing right. You have to watch these scenes with the judiciary. I don't find them things songing right, but I have my opinion. See you all on Monday, guys, when I come with something fresh, something new. This is legal Ginger and Sister Jenny, Auntie Jenny. And if you want to get formal, it's Miss Jennifer Frederick. Another edition. I love it all beating. Let me play my favorite song. You know, I have to play that. Because somebody touched me. The Lord touched me. I don't know who touched Juke. Juke looking gray as hell. Juke looking like something drop on he. He ain't looking natural. Juke, your deeds, boy. Your deeds. Your deeds, Juke.
Feel the power, feel the power, power. DJ,
catch it, bring it, babe. Catch it, bring it, babe. Yeah.
Somebody touch me, somebody touch me, somebody touch my soul. Yeah. Somebody touch me, pray to my Jesus. Somebody touch my soul. Somebody touch me, somebody touch me, somebody touch my soul. While I was praying, pray to my Jesus. Somebody touch my soul.
Life too sweet, I can't complain. The only constant is the change, and we go touch the road again. So as long as they call my name, then I will answer. I'm a happy camper, and no business monster. Oh, I'm as well as I'm man of life, then I will answer. But I feel no anger, I'm fighting with the hands up. Yeah.
Somebody touch me, somebody touch me, somebody touch my soul.
Yeah.
Somebody touch me, pray to my Jesus. Somebody touch my soul. Somebody touch me, somebody touch me, somebody touch my soul. While I was praying.
4 books under your belt. So imagine being 6 years old. So imagine being 6 years old. So imagine being 6 years old with 4 books under your belt. Corinne Clark is a Trinidadian author. She's already putting me to shame with her accomplishments, and she's here this morning to talk to us. Corinne, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good.
You're joining us this morning from Tunapuna. How's Tunapuna in Trinidad today?
It's good. We've been having a bit of thunderstorms lately, but it's been good.
You've been having thunderstorms? And
Yep.
do thunderstorms scare you?
Yes, it was very big thunder.
Oh no, very, very loud. So what do you do when the thunderstorms come? How do you get to feel better or safe?
I actually pack an emergency kit.
To go where?
No, just in case I need anything, I put out of my bag.
Oh, you're so funny. Hey, you should write a book about what to do when you're feeling scared in thunderstorms, right? Maybe that's something you can think about. All right. So, yeah, here you have a new book. Tell Auntie Sim all about it.
Well, this is actually the latest book that came out.
Yes.
It's called Chronicles of Korean Gratitude Journal and Activity Book. And it's an inspiration so children can explore their emotions and give thanks for all the great stuff in their life. And also you can write stuff about yourself. There are actually coloring books. There are coloring pictures and word searches and a talent tree where you can write all your talents. So basically fun stuff.
Okay, just fun stuff. Obviously, as you kids would say. I want to talk a little bit about your talents, right? Because you've been writing books for a long time. Why did you decide you wanted to be an author?
Well, because I actually started reading when I was 2, and that inspired me to write a book. And I kept asking my mom if I could write one, but she never listened every time I asked her, and I got so fed up that I just started writing on my own.
Those mothers. But see now, mommy, is mommy right there with you?
No, she's in Guyana.
Oh, good, because we don't want her to hear none nowadays. So you wrote Chronicles of Corinne, 7 Days of Fun. Then you wrote Chronicles of Corinne, Adventures in St. Kitts and Nevis. And now this book it's Nevis. It can also be Nevis, but you learn something new every day. But thank you for that, madam. So this one now that you're writing about your gratitude journal and activity book is really centered around how tough like COVID has been and the things that you've had to, to find to do during COVID and things to give thanks for. So tell me a little bit about what the last 2 years of life have been for you with COVID. How have you been managing?
Well, it actually hasn't been too bad. I've been calling my relatives on the phone, so it'll make separation a bit easier.
Right. So that has helped you. And then the writing has helped you too, right?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So tell me some things that you're grateful for, because this is a gratitude journal and activity book. You've told us we can write things down and we can color and so on. But the gratitude part is really important. I like gratitude too. I'm grateful for life. I'm grateful for family. I'm grateful for love. I'm grateful for the opportunity to talk to you. What are some of the things that you are grateful for?
My family, my friends, and kind of life. Yeah.
Okay, those are 3 big things. Okay, so tell me now how you put this book together, Corinne. How much help do you get when you write your books, right? Because some people say, oh, she's 6.
Not a lot.
You don't get a lot of help.
No, not a lot.
Okay, so you do most of the work yourself because you're just that good. So you have this idea. I want to do a gratitude journal and activity book. Where do you start now before you start to put pen to paper? Tell me, can you tell Auntie about the process as you go along?
Well, yes.
Go ahead.
So basically, first when you open the book, you have to have like a little screenshot like this right here.
Oh, is that little girl you?
Yes.
She's adorable. Okay, go on.
On after that, you just have to put some very complicated things like this. I have no idea what the little complicated things are. I'm gonna move on now.
Okay, and then what?
And then we basically got the illustrator to put a picture like this, and I write this up here, and you know the lines to write are over here.
Okay, so tell me what the text is above those lines, because I can't see. What does it say? What is it asking you to write?
And hold on, it says, what makes you feel happy? Write your answers on the line below.
Okay.
I feel happy when, and then you write on the lines what you're happy about.
Okay. Do you have a section where you write what you can feel sad about, or is it just happy?
Oh no, there are very good. Yes, there are more emotions. Hold on, let me find the sad one. But before I show you the sad part, I want to show you something that's really cool. It's a scavenger hunt.
Ooh, how does that work? Tell me.
Well, basically, you just have to go find all the things on the list, and when you get all the stuff, you basically check in the little box.
And then you win.
Yes.
That's great. That sounds like good fun. That sounds like good.
It's a junior detective. It's a junior detective class.
A junior. Okay. So is it a game like you could play with an adult, or is it just for junior detectives? Like an adult detectives play?
So persons of all age could play it.
Okay. I'm so glad.
So the child could find one thing and the grown up could find the other.
Copy that, Corinne. I'm with you. So I could play it with, I have a daughter, so I could read the book with my daughter and we could do the things together, right? That would be cool.
Yeah.
Okay, it sounds good. So where do we get your book if we want to get your book, Corinne? Because now a lot of people are watching and they say, oh, Corinne's book sounds real great. And we want to get all the others too. So where do we find your books?
So if you're in Trinidad, you can find it at the paper-based bookshop in the Nomani Hotel.
Okay.
But if you're in a different country, you can buy it on Amazon.
Okay, that more here, because I'm not in Trinidad. So I can order it on Amazon. And let me ask you before we go, is there another book on the horizon? Do we have another book?
Actually, four more.
You're writing 4 more at this time?
Yes.
What's the next one?
So the fourth one is Chronicles of Corin, in memory of my great grandmother, a tribute to Jonesy. And that book is about, since my great grandmother passed away last year, I'm telling children what she was like to honor her memory and to teach children to appreciate their grandparents while they're still alive. The fifth one is Chronicles of Corin, the Curious Caribbean Ballerina, and it's about where I go to different countries in the Caribbean, and then I'll tell them about the national emblems, and there'll be fun facts too.
Okay, my lovely. You got me with that.
The sixth book is Chronicles of Corin, Curious Caribbean Ballerina, coloring and activity book. So when they're done learning about the national emblems, they can have fun coloring them in. And the last book is Chronicles of Corin, Trinidad and Tobago Traditional Carnival Characters. And that's about where I'll tell children about all. Oh my gosh! Oh, they shared the bonus one!
Wow! Did we really?
Oh my gosh, yes. Anyway, as I was saying, Chronicles of Corin, Trinidad and Tobago Traditional Carnival Characters is about when you learn about the Caribbean, Caribbean, carnival characters, and for some reason they shared the bonus one.
Well, we weren't supposed to?
No.
Kayon, it's our producer. She does it all the time. We're going to have a discussion with her, Corinne, about that. Our apologies, okay?
okay.
I'm particularly looking forward to your next book for so many reasons, but I thank you so much for joining us this morning. You are a ray of sunshine. I know you hear it all the time. You are so beautiful and so smart. Keep writing, and we can't wait for the day when you come to Jamaica and we get to meet you in person. Can we plan that?
Yes.
Let's do it. And
I'll
then
be traveling around the Caribbean soon again, so
Then
yes.
yeah, and then you can sign a book for Auntie Sim, right? Please?
Yep.
Awesomeness. Thank you so much, my love. Appreciate it. Have a good day. Tell everybody in Tuna Puna, Jamaica says hi.
Okay, bye.
Love you. 6 years old, people. My God, going on 63. We're going to take a page out of our book, literally, because she's an inspiration. Corinne Clark, simply amazing. That is it for this week's After 12. I don't feel like I want to do any more interviews this morning. I'm ready to go home. My soul is filled. Neville has just ruined my moment. We're going to find out about what Safe Spot is doing.
Welcome back to the Now Morning Show. Now, International Literacy Day celebrations have taken place annually around the world to remind the public of the importance of literacy as a matter of dignity and human rights, and to advance the literacy agenda towards a more literate and sustainable society. And one Tiny Tot is adding her books to the agenda, and she has already authored 7 books by the age of 7. And that child author is Corinne Anaya Clark, and she joins us this morning. Corinne, good morning.
Good morning, Miss Kimberly.
I love you. So cute. How are you this morning?
Fine, thank you. And you?
I'm good. So happy that you're here. International Literacy Day. How does it feel to be here on that particularly special day?
Can I get back to you on that?
You can't get back to me on that. But, well, then let's get into your book. I mean, 7 books at the age of 7. This is your 7th one. Tell us about it.
Well, this one is called Chronicles of Corinne, Meet My Heroes, and it's where I tell you about some of my heroes. There's like Nyla Blackman.
Ooh.
Okay.
David Rudder.
Of course. Makes sense.
And Aaron Voice St. Louis.
Tell me, how did you decide who's going to be in the book?
Well, it was narrowing it down to the perfect list. That was the problem.
Well, yeah, that's how you choose. What was the criteria? They said, all right, let me take out this one and leave this one in.
Well, in particular, I really like soca, calypso.
Right.
So most of them are just soca artists and people who sing like Vonnet, Bigfoot.
Okay.
My mom is friends.
Nice.
And there's a good one, Dexter Black Stewart.
Nice. And who did the artwork for it?
Tiffany Nicholas. She's my illustrator.
Corinne, can I see it?
Yeah.
So for everybody at home who wants to see the book, and of course, this is a beautiful illustration by Tiffany, where, of course, Anaya Corinne is featuring her heroes. Is this you on the cover?
Yep.
Who took this picture?
Well,
Do you remember?
It wasn't a real picture. She just
It's an
illustrated it.
animation. Yeah. Looks very, very beautiful. Well, let's go back a bit. I know that you're number 7 now. Tell us about at least some of the first 6 books.
First 6 books. There's Chronicles of Corinne, 7 Days of Fun, which I wrote when I was 4 years old. Chronicles of Corinne Adventures in St. Kitts and Nevis, which I wrote when I was 5 years old. Then there's the Gratitude Journal and Activity book, which I also wrote when I was 5 years old. When I was 6 years old, I wrote Chronicles of Corinne in memory of my great-grandmother, a tribute to Jonesy. Bless her soul.
Bless her soul.
Yeah. And there's Chronicles of Corinne, traditional carnival characters of Trinidad and Tobago. Then there's the coloring and activity book for that. Then there's Meet My Heroes.
All right, so tell me, tell the nation, who is Missy Jackson?
Who's Miss Jackson?
Yeah.
Okay, so back in my old school, I used to go to Scholastic Academy. She gave us a project on heroes one time, and it inspired me so much that I was inspired to write this book.
So that's what started the process for writing this book.
Yes.
And in writing about your heroes, I see the first heroes you put here, I think are the most important ones, your parents. So you said here your parents are your first heroes. I love them because they love me and take really good care of me. I'm inspired by them because they work hard to provide for me and they encourage me to go after all my dreams. How much do your parents help you in this process of all these books that you've been
Nada.
writing?
Nope.
They don't help at all?
Zero.
Zero help. You sit down and write all this by yourself.
I started reading when I was 2, and by 4, I was encouraged to write a book. And I told my mom, but of course she wouldn't listen.
Mommy would not listen.
But after a while, I finally finished it. It took me 3 days to write my first book. And after I finally got my mom's attention, she finally saw it, and well, it's actually self-published actually. All 7 books can be found at Paper-Based Bookstore in Normandy Hotel.
Of course, Paper-Based always appreciates the young authors. I have a question though. How did you, so you told Ruckus how you put the list together, but what do you like about these particular people?
Well, so College Boy Jesse is in that book. I really like his songs. Very, very much. I can't remember the name of a lot of them, but I do know I really like them. There's Nyla Blackman. Some of my favorite songs are Soca, Dingole, Sweet and Loco.
Yeah, of course, Sweet and Loco. But I mean somebody like even
Well,
Vaughan
here's
and
what
Bigfoot.
I want to try, right? Corinne, if you don't mind, today's International Literacy Day.
Right.
So would you mind reading an excerpt from it for me? Can you read the one on Vaughan?
Of course, I love Vaughan.
Let's meet Vaughan Bigfoot this morning. Through the eyes of Corinne.
This is Vaughan Bigfoot. She's a singer from Trinidad and Tobago. She's very versatile, which means she performs different types of music. She sings jazz songs, reggae songs, and soca songs too. Vaughan Bigfoot is fabulously fashionable and fierce. She's a star. She's one of my heroes because she is bold and confident, and she inspires me to be bold and confident too. She also teaches little black girls like me that we are beautiful just the way we are, whether we have long hair, short hair, or no hair at all. Vaughan Bigfoot is my hero because she loves all of her blackness, and she encourages me to love all of my blackness too.
So my question is, how do you know all of that about Vaughan Bigfoot? You spoke to Vaughan Bigfoot?
Well, yes, my mom is friends with her.
So you have a personal sort of relationship with Vaughan Bigfoot. Interesting. I love it.
Very interesting.
Yeah. But I mean, people like David Rodder and stuff, right? Of course, David Rodder is a really, really big calypsonian, but you may not
That's
know him
mommy friend too?
personally.
David Rodder's mommy friend too?
So then how do you know, and how do you know he's so patriotic? Because I'm seeing you have here, I think he's very patriotic.
I can tell it through his music.
Tell me more.
Some songs like Journey to the Bone, Bacchanal Lady, High Mass.
Nice. So mommy makes sure that you hear this kind of music when you're home. Yeah, all the time. Very nice. I'm going through because you could go through. Oh, there's a glossary. Oh, so people can also name their own heroes. You didn't tell us about this one. So when you purchase the book?
So when you get the book, you go to the last page. Well, not last page, but you look around and think about some of your heroes. Then you write down their names and at least one of their heroic qualities on the lines. And there's also a glossary, as you know.
So normally when children think about heroes, right, we think of like these superheroes, people who wear fancy costumes and fly and have superpowers and stuff like that. But none of those kind of people are in here. How do you define hero?
Well, heroes are everywhere we can look. We can see them in our everyday life on TV, and sometimes you can even see them in books.
Well, talking about books, Corinne, I know that you're going to be 8 soon. Tell us, you have an 8th book in the works? So 8 at 8?
Well, no, actually, 11 at 8.
Really?
11 at 8, she says.
11 at 8.
So there's Chronicles of Corinne, My First Carnival, Chronicles of Corinne, Adventures in Montserrat, Chronicles of Corinne, Real Life Heroes of TNT, and Chronicles of Corinne, Real Life Sheroes of TNT.
So you wrote all those already?
No, not yet, but they're going to be coming out by my festival. The Chronicles of Corinne Children's Book Festival will have cultural displays, musical performances, live readings, and so much more.
She just stopped me in my tracks. When is the festival, Corinne?
Okay, so it's on October the 1st. It's at 1 p.m. For children, if you want to give it to your children, it's $50, but for adults, it's $100.
Oh my my gosh, this is so sweet.
Thank you.
2 tickets each.
Lovely.
So you can take a plus one.
Oh, thank
you. So we have the festival coming up at Soundforge, of course, and it's taking place on Sunday, October 1st from 1 p.m. So
Tell us, Karen, where can people get more information if they want to find out more about the festival? What's the Facebook page, your website, all that stuff?
Okay, so my Facebook page is literally my whole name, Corin Anaya Clark. There's my website, www.chroniclesofcorin.com. And you can find out more about my upcoming books and the book festival, my Instagram, and I also have a TikTok.
And they're both just Corin and Anaya Clark?
Well, yeah, pretty much. But I also have a YouTube channel where I promote my events.
Well, all right.
And Corin, at this festival, we are going to hear you read some of your books.
Yes, as I said, there will be live readings.
Yes.
And there will be a play by some friends and stuff like that.
Very nice. Love it. I'm
Corin,
good here with the tickets to know. I'm good here with the tickets to know.
If I tell you how I freed you, you.
I have no more questions. I got tickets.
Wow.
I have no more questions.
I have to big up mommy and daddy because they have their hands full here. This young entrepreneur in the form of Corin and Anaya
Who has
Clark.
a festival coming up, you know.
Congratulations on everything you've achieved so far, and I look forward to see how much more you're going to achieve going forward. Thank you for joining us this morning.
This book, you didn't get a chance to talk about this book. What's this book about?
Well, actually, it's a book where I write questions and letters. Like I wrote a letter to the new mayor of Port of Spain.
Ah, look at you. Very nice. And quickly tell us some of the other people you have interviewed.
The CEO of Trinidad Tourism, the CEO of Nevis Tourism, the CEO and Deputy CEO of St. Kitts Tourism. Yeah. And who else have I interviewed, boy?
And many more to come, of course. Corin, amazing. Congratulations.
Corin, congratulations, and we will see you soon. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Corin Anaya Clark, child author and superwoman.
Entrepreneur, don't forget.
Entrepreneur. She's everything. She's just gonna take over the world. Let me take a break and come back while I try and gather myself and realize what I need to do with my life because geez, on here, just Corin. Am I feeling like an underachiever girl?
At 7, no. At 7.
Touch it, bring it, baby. Touch it, bring it, baby.
Somebody touch me. Somebody touch me. Somebody touch my soul. Somebody pray to me, Jesus. Somebody touch my soul. Somebody touch me. Somebody touch me. Somebody touch my soul. Who, me? While I was praying, pray to me, Jesus. Somebody touch my soul.
Life too sweet, I can't complain. The only constant is the change, and we go touch the road again. So as long as you call my name, then I will answer. I'm a happy camper, and love is my sponsor. Oh, yeah, and as long as I'm man of life, then I will dance up. No time for no anger, I'm smiling with me hands up. Yeah.
Somebody touch me. Somebody touch me. Somebody touch my soul. Somebody pray to me, Jesus. Somebody touch my soul. Somebody touch me. Somebody touch me. Somebody touch my soul. Who, me? While I was praying, pray to me, Jesus. Somebody touch my soul.
Feel the power, feel the power, power. DJ.
Touch it, bring it, baby. Touch it, bring it, baby.
Somebody touch
The Trinidad and Tobago Electricity Commission.
Somebody touch my soul.
The Trinidad and Tobago Electricity Commission of TNCheck recorded its highest ever consumer electricity demand on Monday. In a release on Wednesday, TNCheck said the record-breaking level of 1,410 megawatts was reached while TNG is experiencing unusually high temperatures. General Manager of TNCheck, Francois, acknowledged that the high temperatures would likely have been caused increasing usage of air conditioning units, which typically account for the highest percentage of electricity consumption in households. He said while TNCheck has more than enough installed capacity to meet the surging demand for electricity, the increased demand does result in increased natural gas usage. Therefore, the Commission is advising people to practice conservation.
Somebody touch me, somebody touch me, somebody touch my soul. Somebody pray to me, Jesus, somebody touch my soul. Somebody touch me, somebody touch me, somebody touch my soul. While I was praying, pray to me, Jesus, somebody touch my soul.
Feel the power, feel the power, power, power.
I was standing by the grandson up in the savannah, digging this Indian girl, beating bass band, coming up in the spot with symphony in G, or in bike like Bradley, make the spectators leave the stand and just run out to the band while she plays. The crowd shout and say, we want the woman and the bass. We want the woman and the bass. We want the woman and the bass. She beating.
Culture in Trinidad and Tobago. And what I like to is that it melts in front of Muslims, Hindus, Christians, First People, all of this, and
you could imagine
come us and make us so special as Trinbagonian people. And I think that makes us a lovely people.
And this is the beauty about our culture in Trinidad and Tobago, because of the diverse cultural and spiritual aspect that we carry in our country.
Cultural literacy is the ability to understand the language, methods, assumptions, and unstated ideas that shows us how to behave and communicate.
It's specific to each culture, even the particular cultures that develop in a workplace or school. Knowing your own cultural literacy makes you more empathetic and aware of others.
This was a production of the Office of the Prime Minister Communications and National Library and Information System Authority, NALIS.
Yes, he said he will give us the contract, but we had to fix it up. So we look official now. But we inside. We just looking for a little something back. You know how we just go inside of it. Plus, we could charge them more. It's not his money, it's government money.
So we eat our food and he eat our food. And you know nobody ain't gonna say nothing.
We've all heard of stories like these: collusion, kickbacks, overpricing, and more. But what can we do? It's time to speak up. Now, anyone can report suspected waste, fraud, or corruption to the Office of Procurement Regulation. The OPR's whistleblowing system is confidential, as you can choose to remain anonymous, or not as you make your report. And it's secure. And don't worry, when you make a whistleblowing complaint, you are fully protected under Section 40 of the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act of 2015, as amended. Remember, your speaking up means there is more accountability, more transparency, and less wastage of public money. But before you speak up, please read our whistleblowing guidelines at www.oprtt.org/whistleblowing. For more information on how to speak up, call 1-868-224-5707.
Yes, he said he will give us the contract, but we had to fix it up. So we look official now. Plus, we could charge them more. It's not his money, it's government money.
So we eat our food and he eat our food. And you know nobody ain't gonna say nothing.
I'm sure, like me, you are tired of hearing the horror stories of overspending and corrupt practices by public bodies that run rampant in our country. And like me, you too want to speak up. But you may be wondering, what can I speak up on? Bribery, corruption and fraud, coercive and collusive practices aimed at unfairly influencing others' actions. Any violation of the PPDPP Act 2015 and/or its regulations. Gross mismanagement, impropriety and misconduct involving the use of public funds. Victimization of a whistleblower or a person related to a whistleblower. Any activity which undermines the OPR's mandate. Now you may ask, how do I speak up? Remember I told you, the OPR's whistleblowing system is confidential. You can remain anonymous if you wish, and it's secure. And you can choose to speak up in one of the following ways. Like me, you may choose to use the 24/7 Whistleblowers Hotline, which features a worldwide toll-free number with no caller ID and voice messaging activation. Another way you can choose to speak up is in writing, which can be either typed or written in legible handwriting, in English only, using the designated form at www.oprtt.org/whistleblowing. Lastly, you can choose to speak up using the 24/7 online platform hosted by Whistleblower, Security Inc., and overseas provider. Here, English and non-English speakers can lodge their complaint anonymously. Any complaint file can only be seen by the whistleblowing reporting officer. This ensures that your identity is protected. Now, before you speak up, please read our whistleblowing guidelines thoroughly at www.oprtt.org/whistleblowing. Now, I know that we all want a better Trinidad and Tobago, but to get that, we must speak up. Doing so would lead to more accountability, more transparency, and less wastage of public money. For more information on how you can speak up, visit www.oprtt.org/whistleblowing or call 1-868-224-5707. So you've decided to speak up because you realize staying silent will cost this country millions and you want to do your part. But you may ask, what is the OPR's role when I speak up? Well, let's see. We begin with stage 1, the handling of your complaint. First, the whistleblowing reporting officer validates and assesses the urgency and impact of the whistleblowing complaint. He or she must ensure the details of the complaint are clear. This includes information such as the dates and times, the location, if there are any witnesses, and so on. Then, The whistleblowing officer confirms the reliability of the information. Now, depending on the information given within your whistleblowing complaint, it may be forwarded to a more relevant authority, such as the Commissioner of Police or Director of Public Prosecutions. And not because you decided to speak up and make a whistleblowing complaint, should you expect the alleged person to get locked up the next day. It doesn't work like that. The OPR will be guided by due process, which takes us to stage 2, investigating your complaint. How is the complaint investigated? Within 5 working days of receipt of the complaint, the whistleblowing reporting officer will acknowledge receipt of the complaint, update the whistle, and apply a file ID to each claim. Conduct an initial assessment of the complaint to determine the next course of action. The whistleblowing reporting officer will then investigate and gather additional information, document the findings of the investigation, then forward the findings of the investigation to the chairman of the whistleblowing committee. Your complaint, having reached the whistleblowing committee, is now in the final stage, stage 3, concluding the investigation and findings. Upon receipt of the report from the whistleblowing reporting officer, the whistleblowing committee reviews the findings and recommendations of the investigation. The committee then reports any legal or regulatory non-compliance to the OPR board and/or relevant governmental and/or law enforcement authorities to ensure corrective action is taken where appropriate. And upon conclusion of the whistleblowing committee's review of the report, the whistleblowing reporting officer shall report the outcome of the investigation to the whistleblower in writing once the report was not made anonymously. Millions down the drain should not be the norm in Trinidad and Tobago. Let's all work together to protect our public purse, bringing more accountability and transparency to public procurement. So, we encourage you, don't be afraid to speak up. As a whistleblower, you are completely protected under Section 40 of the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act 2015. But before you speak up, please read our whistleblowing guidelines at www.oprtt.org/whistleblowing. For more information on how to speak up, call 1-868-224-5707.
This is TTT. Live for local.
Tonight, no food shortage in Tobago. Inter-island ferries are filling the void in the absence of the Cabo Star, says Minister. Sporting bodies get government funding to develop athletes. In sport with Sachin, Nathaniel James opens international account to give TNT Nations League win.
Live from 11A Maraval Road, this is TDT News at 6:30 p.m.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Keisha Marie Charles.
And I'm Carrie Roberts. Welcome to TTT News. At the top tonight, Works and Transport Minister Rohan Sinanan has assured that several of the inter-island ferries have been taking on a significant amount of commercial vehicles until the Cabo Star is repaired, as he apologized for the inconvenience caused to Tobago. Sunalala reports.
Minister Rohan Sinanan is denying claims that there is a food shortage in Tobago.
I read on the newspaper by the secretary, one of the secretaries from Tobago, that indicated that there are no food shortage in Tobago, and also another secretary who indicated that there are no challenges with building material in Tobago.
He confirmed that it has been 13 commercial sailing days that the Cabo Star has been out of service, but said the other inter-island ferries have been working.
Capacity utilized on the APT James was 2,800 private cars and 1,699 commercial vehicles.
Mr. Sinanan added that the electrical material needed to repair the Cabo Star has been procured.
Repairs to the electric cables of the vessels are currently ongoing. The cables were not readily available locally, but have arrived. It is expected that the vessel will return to commercial operations on the 17th of September.
And he also dismissed claims that the vessel being brought in from Venezuela, the MV Emprendedora, would be an additional cost to taxpayers.
That the Cabo Star is a vessel that is on a rented vessel in Trinidad and Tobago, and any cost to the repair is borne by the owners of the vessel or the agent who the vessel was chartered from.
The Port Authority said on Thursday that the vessel from Venezuela is expected to arrive this weekend. Sonolala, TTT News.
Grants to community organizations and individuals involved in sporting activities have amounted to over $52 million in funding for the fiscal year so far. Sinalala reports.
A total of 33 checks amounting to over TT 2.6 million were distributed to sporting entities, organizations, and athletes to develop sport locally. Speaking at the distribution ceremony at the Belmont Community Center, Deputy Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Sport and Community Development, Beverly Reed Samuel, said the ministry continues to prioritize sport.
The Ministry of Sport and Community Development would have provided grants in the amount of $18,027,301. We have also supported NGBs through the Sport Company of Trinidad and Tobago in the amount of $20,970,513. And the Sport and Culture Fund under the Office of the Prime Minister would have contributed over $13 million to sporting organizations.
And Sports Minister Shamfa Kojo reflected on the importance of the community to develop the sector.
I want to salute those youngsters who are doing good work. I went up to, Maloney a couple of weeks ago, and I saw GT Fitness doing incredible work. Groups like Yes You Can, and I see so many other groups, coming up with new programs and new projects. That's about you getting out of the back seat into the driver's seat of your development and your community's development, and that's what building a better Trinidad and Tobago is all about.
Recipients were also urged to utilize the funds for maximum benefit and ensure checks and balances are in place as the funds are used.
We would encourage you as far as possible to push forward for developmental projects, and therefore, in that, maximize the returns of the funds. And therefore, you have a signal responsibility to use every dollar.
Sonolala, TTT News.
Looking to weather now, Gia gives an update on Lee.
Keisha, following rapid intensification Thursday night, Lee's winds peaked at 270 kilometers per hour early Friday morning. This and more later in the forecast, so see you then.
Whole day I'm messaging you. I want the ball. We have to play.
The ball right there, boy. I could go ahead and play.
I come for you and the ball. We have to play football. What's going on?
Nah, I just not in that kind of mood, man.
I mean, we've been sweating a while. Everything good with you, though? Everything?
Yeah, I good, but you know things is be.
Yo, come outside now. We'll talk to him.
Nah, I have something to do there, man.
We talk now. Yeah. So.
Welcome back, everyone. Trinbagonians love telling stories just as much as we love listening to them. The National Library and Information Systems, NALIS, used the art of storytelling on Friday, International Literacy Day, as a way to encourage our young citizens to enjoy reading and educate on the importance of literacy in society. Ayana Carter has more.
Students from the Scholastic Academy were enthralled as Auntie J read a snippet from the Caribbean folktale Zibo Nolo Chino at Storytime with Auntie J at the Nalis Port of Spain Children's Library.
In collaboration with the Office of the Prime Minister, we have invited children from schools across Trinidad and Tobago. 16 libraries are hosting readings where our MPs, along with our NALIS staff, are entertaining children with story time.
These students visited the library in commemoration of International Literacy Day, a day set aside by UNESCO to promote the education and awareness of the importance of literacy in a changing global society. Acting Director in the Public Library Division, Cheryl-Ann Kwamina-Batiste, said there was no better way to commemorate Literacy Day than the transformational powers of storytelling.
Storytime is an amazing time where you get to travel, get to escape, get to hear great stories, learn morals, and enjoy yourself. And that is what we are doing today.
Approximately 763 million young people and adults globally lack basic literacy skills. This latest research, published by UNESCO in 2020, continues to fuel the advocacy and education for a more literate global society. Ms. Kwamina-Batiste encouraged everyone to utilize the various programs in their local libraries.
The power of the library card. When you have your library card, you have access to all resources. Physical resources in the library, that's books and magazines. We even have gaming, so we have Oculi, we have board games, we have also other types of video games. Apart from that, you also have access to your e-resources. So whether it's your subject guide, it is your library, whether it is your e-books or e-magazines, these are all tools to help you to be information and digital literate.
The theme for International Literacy Day 2023 is promoting literacy for a world in transition, building the foundation for sustainable and peaceful societies. Ayana Carter, TTT News.
Trinidad and Tobago-born and UK-based author Catherine Ann Byam is helping those seeking to transition from one job to the next with her new book, Do What Matters, The Purpose-Driven Career Transition Guide. In tonight's See Yourself segment, we learn how the leadership and career transition coach has taken a leap of faith as author after leaving her corporate job 3 years ago. Mahila Joseph Wharton has more.
Leadership and career transition coach Catherine Ann Byam has provided a 9-step process for managing a career transition for those who want more purpose and are seeking clarity on their direction. Ms. Byam left Trinidad and Tobago for the UK in 2009 to pursue a prominent international career as a senior auditor at a FTSE Top 10 company. But that job was no longer fulfilling for her, and in her book, she uses her transition experience to inspire others.
I achieved a lot of success, especially if you consider that I'd moved from Trinidad and had accomplished all of this in this international company, but I'd burnt out.
Ms. Byam said in 2018 she realized that what she was doing wasn't having the impact she wanted.
I went through this period of, what am I going to do with my life? This is not where I want to be. And then I made the decision to leave. And it's a decision that so many of my friends were like, oh my God, I can't believe you're doing this. Like, how can you walk away from a 100K a year job, which is, in UK terms, this is a lot of money.
But she decided it was time to move on from the corporate world.
But the reality was the money wasn't meaningful to me anymore. I think after you turn 40 and get beyond that age, you start thinking, okay, is this really what I'm going to retire doing? Is this going to really make an impact?
Ms. Byam said on her personal journey of change, she began compiling notes as many were interested in finding out how she transitioned.
I put this together and I thought, okay, let me try it out with a few people first. So I went through the content with friends. Then I started to grow outside of my friends' region and incorporate other people on LinkedIn. I built a big audience on LinkedIn. Roughly 6,000 people now follow me. And I started to build this business as a coaching and transition business, specifically around the idea of purpose.
Ms. Byam said people thinking about transitioning should look at their most transferable skills.
Thinking about that, thinking about your transferable skills is probably one of the most important things to sort of internalize for yourself. What is it that I'm actually really skilled at that I can adapt and reuse in a different context and actually make a difference?
Her book has been trending on Amazon's hot new book releases since it was launched. The book, Do It Matters, the Purpose-Driven Career Transition Guide, shares the lessons from moving careers as well as her journey to find her purpose, adding a rich texture of integration to each section to help the reader prepare for the challenges ahead. I'm Mahalia Joseph Wharton, and this is See Yourself on TDT News.
Remember, you can keep up to date with all that's happening on Facebook, X formerly known as Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at TTC Live Online. Up next in sport, the TT Premier League top scorer continues to impress. Sachin.
Impress indeed, Keisha. More on Nathaniel James and the Nations League when we return. Do stay with us.
TDT News, committed, accurate, relevant.
Alexa, could you hang up my Christmas lights outside?
I'm sorry, I can't do that.
All right. Can you just play my procrastination playlist, please?
That isn't a good idea either.
Well, that's awfully convenient.
September 23rd, Christmas is coming to Sweet 100 FM. Coming soon.
Hey, welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. Trinidad and Tobago's senior national men's team pipped Curacao to 3 points in the CONCACAF Nations League at the Hazley Crawford Stadium last evening.
Around 5,000 supporters showed up for the 6 p.m. kickoff to see the Soca Warriors begin their League A campaign. Angus Eve's men toiled in the first half as the Dutch Islanders settled earlier, but could not find the opening goal, mainly due to a combination of poor finishing and some last-ditch defending. TNT weathered the barrage and had a goal disallowed in the 42nd for a foul during the sequence. The home team improved after the break, even as Curacao continued to press for a road win. Personal changes late on bore fruit for TNT. Substitute Nathaniel James made the best of his cameo in the 87th off the knockdown for his first international goal in the red, white and black. TNT held on to the 1-0 advantage to begin with a win. Post-match, assistant coach Derek King said the new team acquitted itself well against a wily Curacao outfit.
First half, we really was a little cautious on the play, and then second half we changed a bit in our style of play, and I think we went on to get the results we wanted. And, with the likes of Muckett and more on them coming on as more ball players, so I think when we started handling the ball in the second half, yes, we started to get joy going forward as well.
He said the home victory is a solid platform on which to build.
And I think, once we get the bunch together and gel, you will see a different Trinidad and Tobago team. So our main focus is 2026, and by within the next year, World Cup qualifiers will start. So I think is now we had to groom those young players. I think what we'll need is to expose them to international football, get proper games for them as well.
Next up for the Soca Warriors, El Salvador and San Salvador, as Nations League action continues on Sunday. Jovan Ravello, TTT Sport.
And after the match, Soca Warriors captain Aubrey David and goal scorer Nathaniel James weighed in on the Group A opener.
And we set in our minds that when we reach to that stage and we don't have it, we work and we stay disciplined and we keep chill. And then after we catch money counter attack. So it was just about game management and managing the moments and managing and staying disciplined basically. So yes, we was under pressure, but I think the lads dealt with it very well. And we turned it around second half where we had good spells of possession, and thankfully we came out with the victory.
With just about 8 minutes to make an impact, Nathaniel James was clear what his job was in his first competitive senior cap.
It was to make an impact to the game. I just wanted to be explosive. I wanted to be asset to the team. It was a great feeling. The ball came, everything just happened in slow motion. It was a big moment for my community because there's been a lot of violence in Lockita these days. And it was just a tribute to my friend who passed away due to gun violence in Lockita. And, I just wanted to dedicate the goal today to him, my friend, and it was a lot of emotions. And it was just basically a message to everyone that, we need to come together as a community, as a country, and, just be one with each other and live in harmony.
Excellent statement, young man. Well done. The first youth test match between the West Indies and Sri Lanka under-19s played out a draw on the fourth and final day in Dambulla today. The West Indies resumed on day 4 on an overnight score 119 for 3, with Jordan Johnson looking good on 54 not out. Johnson took that momentum into the final day to register an impressive 149 in 207 balls with 11 fours and 2 sixes. That knock was a vital contribution to the West Indies' first innings score of 309 all out in just under 90 overs. The other contributions of note were 41 from Steve Wedderburn and 36 from Nathan Edward. In Sri Lanka's second turn at the crease, they managed to reach 122 for 4 before the close of play. Those wickets being shared amongst the Windies bowlers, with one each for Isaiah Thorne, Rian Edwards, Nathan Seeley and Tariq Edward. Match drawn. The second test will begin on Tuesday in Dambulla at 12:30 a.m. Eastern Caribbean time. Well, community sports has been a staple in Trinidad and Tobago for as long as we can remember. And with life getting back to normal following the COVID-19 pandemic, the second edition of the Northeast Coast Village Olympics is in full swing. Cameraman Carlos, the not-so-good Walcott, who is a relative of Keyshawn Walcott, and Ken Fuentes were present for the launch.
Matlock and St. Helena, the defending champs. All I see this year, all I better don't catch no crab. It's as if we leave the best for last. So don't look to come and walk in the people that march past.
The Northeast Coast Village Olympics was officially launched recently with all the cultural fanfare you would expect from the village that does its best to maintain tradition. Grand River Village are the host village, and its president said those making the trip will witness the exceptional talent the Northeast Coast has to offer.
Some people say, wow, so far you all live. Yeah, we live far, but we have a lot of talent up here. And we can boast that from Matura, even from Grandy, coming straight up. Welcome all.
Event coordinator Sheldon George said the village of Grand River is once again happy to play host to the games, which were last held in 2019 at the village grounds, praising the youth for getting involved in running the village council.
The Grand River Village Council has been in existence for over 60 years. We are very proud to recognize that for the first time in our council's history, we have one of the youngest executive ever, where over 85% of the executive members currently holding office are under the age of 35 years.
Minister of Youth Development and the National Service, Foster Cummings, praised the Village Council for the work it continues to do in developing the community and for its spirit of inclusion.
You have not organized this activity selfishly, in that you are incorporating all of the villages that people just spoke about on the way up to Toku. It's all involved, and therefore that is community spirit. And that is what we want to encourage in Trinidad.
Delivering the feature address, Deputy Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Sport and Community Development, Beverly Reed Samuel, added, the Village Olympics are not just about competition, but also one that speaks of unity.
This event is not just a competition. It is a celebration of togetherness, fostering a sense of unity among the villages from Matura to Matlock and environs.
Kent Fuentes, TTT Sports.
Great camel work indeed. Well, that's a look at sport. We have the weather coming up. Stay tuned.
Hi, I'm Pastor Lisa Singh from Heavenly Grace Ministries in New York, and I wanted to take a moment to just advise you that our program is changing time slots. From the 9th of April, we will be airing at 6:30 a.m., and this will be the time going forward. Again, 6:30 a.m. from the 9th of April onward. Looking forward to still spending time with you every Sunday morning at 6:30 a.m.
I'm getting concerned about you, Igor. Don't be that. You don't go anywhere. You don't laugh as you used to.
I don't think that's for me, Dad. I'm seriously considering becoming a nun.
A what?
How you feeling? I'm fine. You're not a little frightened? Maybe just a bit.
It makes me a little frightened. Women make up so they could make children. It does be a little pain.
What does moving to green energy mean for us? Find out during the September edition of the Caribbean Economic Forum. My name is Tony Thorin, and I'm your host, who will be happily joined by some climate experts, Naika Prescott, Raquel Moses, and Dr. Gary Jackson, as we assess the importance of the energy transition, the value of sustainability, and its effects on the resilience of our economies, societies, and the environment.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Weather. It is Friday, and first up in those headlines, Lee is this season's first Category 5 hurricane. Following rapid intensification Thursday night, Lee's winds peaked at 270 kilometers per hour early Friday morning. Now slightly weaker at Category 4 with winds of 250 kilometers per hour, Lee remains a powerful and dangerous hurricane, though well east of the islands. So meanwhile, the newest tropical storm is Margot, northwest of the Cabo Verde Islands. Margot is forecast to become a hurricane early next week while heading northward over sufficiently warm waters of the eastern Atlantic. This evening, Hurricane Lee is about 800 kilometers east of the northern Leeward Islands and is expected to continue moving west-northwest this weekend. Only occasional showers and high seas will affect the Leewards as the core of Lee stays north of the islands. So favorable atmospheric conditions with even warmer waters ahead means Lee will likely maintain its intensity or become a little stronger during the next couple of days. So that means dangerous surf and life-threatening rip currents will spread westward, affecting Puerto Rico, Viola, Turks and Caicos, and the Bahamas through this weekend. So as Lee passes and disrupts our trade winds, meanwhile, Trinidad and Tobago can expect a hot weekend. So closer to home after today's max at Piarco, a 33.1 degrees Celsius, it is now 29 degrees Celsius. And following Tobago's max at 31.9 degrees Celsius, it's now 29. So later, mostly fair tonight despite the odd shower around with 25 degrees Celsius at Crown Point tonight. And here in Trinidad, you can expect a cooler 23 degrees Celsius alongside similar nighttime conditions. The weekend begins generally hot, sunny, and hazy with only a light breeze. And in Tobago, you can expect 32 degrees Celsius to feel like 35, and at 2 degrees higher at 34 degrees Celsius for those here in Trinidad. There is also a low chance of the brief afternoon shower. Now checking ahead, there's little change through Sunday and Monday as Hurricane Lee blocks those cooling trade winds. So under a light breeze, expect hot sunny conditions nationwide with a low 20% chance of the brief afternoon shower. For mariners and bathers, though, expect some choppy conditions and northerly swells along northern coastlines this weekend. Waves from 1.3 to 2 meters offshore, below 1 meter in sheltered bays. The only high tide is at 1:51 p.m. Low tides are at 6:24 a.m. and 6:09 p.m. So as I leave, reminding you that hurricane season peaks through until mid-October. Back to you, Keisha.
Thank you, Gia. In some more news, the Coast Guard has received equipment valued at over $7 million from the U.S. government. U.S. Ambassador Candace Bond and National Security Minister Fitzgerald Hines attended this morning's ribbon-cutting event at Staubles Bay in Chaguaramas.
Donation of equipment from the United States includes 4 riverine craft.
National Security Minister Fitzgerald Hines thanked the U.S. ambassador, as he said it's only through deep and meaningful cooperation with regional and international partners will countries be able to develop and implement effective solutions.
Countries across the world face threats to border security brought on by transnational criminal activity, including the trafficking of guns, ammunition, narcotics, and people.
The Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard on Friday also launched its new Maritime Operations Command Center. Minister Hines said the center will allow the Defense Force to monitor vessel traffic and increase its maritime domain awareness.
We do have some riverine inlets that are used by those who perpetrate these incursions into our space, and we are confident that your donation of these vessels put us in a much stronger position to fortify our positions in these inlets.
U.S. Ambassador to Trinidad and Tobago Candace Bond hailed the donation as a sign of growing security cooperation between the U.S. and Trinidad and Tobago.
That it takes a network to defeat a network, and a single organization cannot tackle that problem alone. That is why we are here for you.
Karen Kozier-Phillip, TTT News.
And that's how we wrap up your news on a Friday. This is TTT News. Stay tuned. Coming up in depth with DK Rasta.
by 20, 50 by 25.
This is Kyron Pollard. When you play, do it the legal way. Don't bet on illegal gaming.
So you need a big prize, big money too. One thing that you could do. Scratch that, and win plenty cash. NLCB scratch. You could be an instant millionaire, or win 10 grand a month for 20 years. Get a nice payday each and every month, or win a best ride and park it in front. Buy a combo, win money for soda. Be a winner, you know what to do. Scratch that, and win plenty cash. NLCB scratch, yeah.
Visit any NLCB lottery center and scratch that today to win instantly. Players must be 18 years and over. Please play responsibly.
Welcome to this evening's Playway Pick 2, Pick 4, Hashpot, and Win for Life draw. Supervised by independent auditors KPMG and presided over by the National Lotteries Control Board. Good luck, everyone.
Good evening. Welcome to the NLCB. Place 2, place 4, Cashpot Win for Life, as well as the Win and Drive promotion for Friday, 8th September 2023. This is this evening's Playway number. And the winning number is 27. Lucky mark the label, number 20.
Somebody touch me, somebody touch me, somebody touch my soul. Somebody pray to me, Jesus, somebody touch my soul. Somebody touch me, somebody touch me, somebody touch my soul. Who, me? While I was praying, pray to me, Jesus, somebody touch my soul.
I can't complain. The only constant is the change, and we go touch the road again.